This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. An Air Force member is wanted by the federal government on claims he fled child pornography-related criminal prosecution. 27-year-old Airman First Class Brandon Standifer was last seen April 19th outside the arrivals section of Bozeman-Yellowstone International Airport. That's according to a statement marked urgent that was sent to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland by the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation.
So federal authorities call it CSAM, child sex abuse material. Those statements said that the airman was facing allegations related to that material and fled his post, was declared a deserter, and was last seen at the Bozeman airport. They say they have indication that he wants to kill himself in nature.
The Air Force Office of Special Investigations is investigating the matter along with the U.S. Marshals Service and various federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies. Nearly a year after a University of Wyoming arts instructor disappeared on a mountain bike ride, there are still no clues as to what might have happened to him. Nash Quinn is believed to have left his home sometime in mid-July of last year, never to return. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that despite massive searches encompassing more than 70,000 acres of area, no trace of him has been found.
That is not like Nash to be irresponsible when it comes to work. The people I spoke to described him as being somewhat of an introvert who might go off the radar for a few days, but certainly would never blow off a work obligation.
Though there are no new updates in Quinn's case, the Laramie Police Department is still actively investigating and urges residents to look for any clues, particularly his white bicycle, or any signs of Quinn in the Pilot Hill, Rogers Canyon, and Happy Jack recreational areas where he was known to ride. The Trump administration is pulling out all the stops to drill, baby, drill in a push for more oil and gas drilling on public land. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that low oil prices have producers in Wyoming wanting to instead chill, baby, chill in an attempt to boost the market.
We've all heard the phrase drill, baby, drill. It's become a political rallying cry for oil and gas industry wanting to cut the red tape of the federal government permitting new wells. That's been an ongoing argument for a long time. The Trump administration has stepped in and tried to accelerate things, saying that it's going to cut what used to take a year down to 14 days and what used to take 2 years to 28 days. And so there's clearly pent-up frustration in the industry. But is there pent-up demand for more oil? Because the price per barrel of oil is around $65, that doesn't inspire a lot of new development of oil fields.
This month, the U.S. Energy Information Administration predicted the price of oil will continue to dip by about 1.5% over the next year. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicolason Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
With the 250th anniversary of the Battle of Bunker Hill in less than 2 months and of America's founding coming up next year, history buffs will be looking for places to see legendary artifacts of the American Revolution. And Wyoming is home to one of the most legendary artifacts of the Revolution, the musket that fired the first shot at the Battle of Bunker Hill. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the relic is housed at the National Museum of Military Vehicles in DuBois, owned by Dan Starks.
Generals said, "Don't shoot until you see the white of their eyes." Regardless of the reason, somebody didn't follow the order. Somebody fired a shot at a British officer at 54 yards away and started the battle prematurely. We didn't win that battle, right? But we did so well. We shocked the British. We killed over 1,000 of their men with poorly trained troops, poorly equipped troops who didn't know what they were doing, who were so undisciplined that they didn't even follow their commander's orders. It was kind of a morale boost.
Starks paid nearly $500,000 for the musket, which is housed at the museum's Unknown Soldiers Weapons Vault. There are around 300 firearms in the vault, but the musket from the Battle of Bunker Hill is particularly special and is the first weapon visitors to the museum see as they enter the vault. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Shifts, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyshifts.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's a Monday, April 28th. It's Superhero Day. We'll talk later. It wasn't a shot heard around the world, but this Revolutionary War era musket fired the first shot at Bunker Hill 250 years ago. Today, it sits in a trophy case in Du Bois. Famed photographer who visits original movie sets says this one in Wyoming was the coolest and toughest challenge he's ever gone to. Still no trace of a UW professor who disappeared 9 months ago. This is beginning to sound like a C.J. Box novel. Swedish saddle maker to the stars got his start right here in Cody. His journey to America is a story in itself. And chill, baby, chill is the response in Wyoming to Trump's latest red tape cutting of oil and gas production. With crude at $67 a barrel, it doesn't make any financial sense now for many producers. Wanted Air Force man has gone AWOL. Last seen at the Cody Airport. And special guest today on the show, the spokesperson for TSA, going to find out if you are real ID ready. What do you think? May 7th is the deadline. TSA is going to make you carry real ID. What is real ID, and do you have it? We'll find out when we talk to Lori Dankers later today in the show. Here's what the weather's looking like across the state. A little unsettled, spring-like, breezy, rain in Casper with highs 52. Rain likely in Riverton, clouds, breezy, 50 the high. Southwest Wyoming and Evanston, chance of rain, maybe even mixing with snow. Otherwise, partly sunny and a high of 51. That's about everything that could happen on a weather day, right? In April. I've heard, I saw this, there's so many weather memes. And if you look at the column, the opinion column from Bill Sniffen came out over the weekend, there's so many jokes about, weather in Wyoming, because all we can do is joke about it. Wyoming has 2 seasons. Winter and construction, road construction. And then Bill goes through the 12 stages of spring, or whatever that is, 15 stages. I mean, the fact is, Wyoming has a long, long, long winter, hardly any spring. Spring lasts like a couple of days where you could say, hey, that feels like spring, and then it's summer. And then fall is pretty good, short. But I saw another meme regarding weather in Wyoming, and that one is perfectly accurate as well. Dress accordingly, the meme said, and it just went through one day. The morning, 6 a.m., you're going to want a heavy coat. It's going to be 30-something and snowing. By 12 p.m., just a sweater. It'll be 50 and breezy. By 3 p.m., you're down to your t-shirt. It's going to be near 70 and sunny. And then by 6 or 7 at night, it's back to winter. That's spring day in Wyoming. You're going to wear all your clothes, the entire closet, in one day. And that sounds like Evanston today. Chance of rain, chance of sun, chance of snow. What else is there in a day? Those are the three things. Sunny, rainy, snowy in Evanston. You've got it all today, 51. I don't know if they're going to be bragging on it. Slight chance of rain after 3 in Green River. Clouds on the increase, breezy 56, the high in Green River. Chance of snow and rain, and I ran out of my weather music talking so long about Wyoming weather. Pinedale, chance of snow, rain, clouds, breezy. Highs today in Pinedale, 46. Going to be a little windy, though. Rain and snow likely today in Alpine, with highs near 50. DuBois, breezy, rain, snow. Yeah, you're going to get it all in DuBois, almost certain. Highs near 44. This is the day weather forecast. Rain and snow likely in Jackson, with highs 50. Thermopolis, rain certain. Wow. And breezy, highs near 46 in Thermop. Cody, rain before 2 o'clock today, otherwise breezy 45. Powell, again, rain front-loaded in the day with highs 48. Buffalo, rain, snow near certain. Windy as well, 46 the high. Just kind of a raw day in Buffalo. Flood watch in Sheridan. Until midnight tonight. Rain with highs near 45. Windy as well. Flood watch in Clearmont and Sheridan. I wonder if that has to do with the fact that the eastern slope of the Bighorns is not holding moisture because of the fire, and you got no more vegetation and trees and root system to suck up the water, so it just... Sheridan's not close enough, though, I wouldn't think. That's got to be just localized swelling of streams. Gillette, rain, breezy today with highs 47. Rain, breezy 52 in Newcastle. If you live in Sheridan, let me know why it's flooding. You can talk to us on the Facebooks live. You can always text 307-999-TALK, 307-999-TALK, TLTALK, 8255. Yeah, shoot me a text if you're in Sheridan. Why is it flooding? Wyoming rarely gets enough rain to flood. There's usually another factor involved. Flood combined with snow melt certainly could be enough to do it, but I didn't know it was raining that much in Sheridan. Torrington, chance of rain afternoon, otherwise partly sunny, windy, 66 the high in Torrington. Wheatland, chance of rain in the afternoon, partly sunny, windy, 61. It should be our nation's capital. And the nation's capital is Cheyenne. Chance of snow and or rain, cloudy, breezy, highs 58. I don't know how you're going to get snow out of that. 58. Chance of snow and or rain in the afternoon for Laramie. Cloudy, windy, 53. Rawlins, chance of snow mixed with rain, increasing clouds, breezy, 54. And that takes you across the state. Let me look at my weather map, which I used to share with our audience, but it makes little sense for you on radio. So I'll just describe what we see. A lot of blue and green. especially up north. Most of the moisture right now, I'll put my fancy weather map in motion. Yeah, most of the moisture up north. So, yeah, Sheridan, maybe you have been getting a ton of rain. It looks like it's raining right now in Sheridan. Just leaving Worland, Buffalo, you're kind of sitting in the eye of the storm right there. Not currently raining, but probably will. But most of the bad stuff is all in the northern part of the state. We'll talk to Don Day. We get Don Day live every weekday morning. We'll talk to him later. Ask him how come he made it rain just in the north part of Wyoming and spared pretty much the south for now. It looks like stuff could change, though, as I watch the weather map unfold. NFL draft took place over the weekend, and all anyone wants to talk about, all ESPN wanted to talk about, is how far Shedeur Sanders slid in that draft. I wish that Greg Johnson was coming on today. He's kind of sort of ditched us. He's super busy. I get it. I mean, anytime we get with Greg Johnson, we're lucky. But he's fun. He's one of the few guys that, or girls, outside of Sally Ann Shermer, a gal, one of the few that can speak sports with me, because I'm like the sports authority. And ESPN, Mel Kiper, just could not stop talking about why Neon Deion Primetime Sanders kid kept sliding in the draft. Thought to be a first-round pick, didn't happen. Second round, didn't happen. Third round, didn't happen. Oh, man. He didn't get picked till the fifth round. And Mel Kiper on ESPN was just going on and on about how he couldn't believe it. How can you not believe? Well, I don't want to get so far into it unless Greg's coming on. I'll talk to Sally Ann Shermer later. We'll discuss, but we're often of the same mind. Sally Ann is a sports genius. On the level, on par with me, yours truly. We're both sports geniuses. And I'll tell you why, real simply, why Shedeur Sanders slid so far until the Browns took him in round 5. It's simple. Yeah, so Greg, come on if you want to talk football and see. Maybe we'll talk about how your Denver Broncos drafted. Stories we got to get to today. A lot of fun stuff over the weekend happened. That photographer, Steve Dahlman, who visits movie sets. He likes to go where he knows they filmed the movie, iconic scenes, and try to find out where it was. Now, some of the movies were, just a few years ago they made them, and some of them were decades. And sometimes it's a challenge to find where it was Hollywood built this movie set in any given place. And what a fun job that must be. He's shot a lot of famous movie sets. Many famous movie sets. But he said this trip to Wyoming to shoot the set of a little old movie that's become a cult classic called Starship Troopers. When it came out, it was immediate tank. I mean, it went right straight to video. It was horrible. But it's become a little bit of a cult classic, kind of a cult favorite. And it was filmed right between Shoshone and Casper in a place called Hell's Half Acre. I've been there a couple times. And this photographer says it's one of his favorite places because it was one of the toughest places to get to and to shoot. He can't believe they filmed a movie there. It was so, and he's not wrong. I can't believe they filmed a movie there. It's inhospitable place to be, even in summer. I'm sure when they shot it, I mean, any time of the year, summer, it's wicked hot. It's practically the desert. In the winter, forget about it. And there is no other seasons, as we've just discussed. There is no spring or fall. So whenever they shot that, and it had to be summer, I would imagine, it had to be blistering hot and windy as all get out. In fact, the film crew talked about how windy it was. Like 80-mile-an-hour gusts blowing over their cameras. So that was pretty neat. That story about Steve Dahlman, who likes to go shoot at different locations. Andrew Rossi has that story. It was a heck of a hike, Steve said. Yes, it's a bit of a hump to get there. Not too bad off the highway. Not compared to other hikes. I was surprised to see the musket that fired the first shot at Bunker Hill in the Revolutionary War. My wife, who's not woke up yet, I don't think, is a first grade teacher, and they've been studying lately the Revolutionary War, and she quizzed me the other day about the significance of that day in history going back last week, I think April something, and I guessed correctly. It was the anniversary date commemorating the ride of Paul Revere, warning the troops. I was on it. I'm all over it, even though history's not my, thing. Sometimes I get my history mixed up. And then there's the shot heard around the world, we know, the shot that supposedly started the Revolutionary War, that began America's fight against the British for our independence. But this is the shot fired at Bunker Hill, and I didn't know the Battle of Bunker Hill's significance until my wife had a show on the TV, and I was just sort of eavesdropping, watching the show, and learned about Hollywood's version of Bunker Hill anyway, and how the British began the siege on Bunker Hill. Britain won that battle, but took a horrendous toll. They lost a lot of troops. America, it was the first significant battle where these upstart Americans started to feel like, hey, we can fight these guys off. And the first shot fired, that was the Battle of Bunker Hill, where because ammunition was pretty scarce and these guys were all toting their own guns mostly. It's not like we had a militia, This is newly arrived pilgrims. Well, not newly. I guess the pilgrims came in, whatever. We had been here a while, but we hadn't established hardly anything. There wasn't really a good militia. We had the Minuteman, who was told to be ready to fight on a minute's notice. When Paul Revere rides by your window, you better grab that musket and get at it. Everybody had to bring their own BYOF, bring your own firearms. And one dude had his own musket, and he brought it, and despite the order, don't shoot till you see the whites of their eyes, this guy shot first. And we'll tell you why he took that shot, what happened to him. He was punished, by the way. And we'll tell you how that musket ever came to be now in DuBois, Wyoming. Are you kidding? That's a fascinating tale of a musket that fired the first shot at Bunker Hill. We'll talk about that later today in the show. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to into our everyday lives. Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So?
So, individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
All right, let's get to it. We got a lot to get to. Other stories we're going to follow today. Jen Coker's story about, Jen's beat is missing persons. One of these days, Jen is going to go missing. I don't mean missing like anything bad. I mean like she'll just not show up to work one day. She'll take a week off and we'll all say, where the heck is Jen? Jen will just say, hey, that's my beat, missing persons. I just decided to check out for a little while. She'll be on the show tomorrow, assuming she's not missing. Jen has this story about the UW professor who's been missing now for 9 months. Nash Quinn went out for a bike ride in July. Nobody's seen him since. 40-year-old still missing. What the heck? It reminds me of a C.J. Box novel, a Joe Pickett series book that I'm reading right now, about a UW professor that he didn't go missing. We learn of his fate very early in the book, but yeah, it just reminds me of C.J. Box could have written this in its real life. We'll talk to Jen tomorrow, get some more deets about the UW professor gone missing. Amber Steinmetz has a good story about Lynn and Carl up there in Cody. They grow tropical fruits year-round in a unique geothermal greenhouse. They are self-sufficient. When you and I have to settle for fruit from around the world in the middle of January because it's hard to find an orange tree producing in Wyoming in January. or if we want some fresh strawberries, as they say in the South, and don't tell me they don't. I've been to the South. They say strawberry instead of strawberry. They say the word as if it was SCRAW, strawberry. I'm going to walk down the street and get some strawberries. They say that in the South. You could say, well, only the ignorant Southerners say that, but that's like all of them. Oh, I'm just kidding. I love the South. South's going to do it again, etc., etc. But they do say strawberry. Every Southern person I've ever encountered. So if you wanted to eat some strawberries in the middle of January, forget it. You're going to get strawberries from, maybe they've been frozen, but they're not from around here. And by the time they get to Wyoming, they're not super fresh. Imagine enjoying fresh produce year-round that you grew with your own hands. It's impossible in Wyoming because the ground's frozen 9-10 months of the year. Definitely up in Cody. Forget it. The growing season in Cody is a week. Maybe. But it's a pretty cool story about this couple, Lynn and Carl. They got a greenhouse they love to work in the middle of January. Minus 15 outside, no problem. 85 degrees year-round inside the greenhouse. How do they do it? And why does it cost them an arm and a leg to heat it? Geothermal. And we'll talk about how they got in on this tip and how to create a geothermal greenhouse using basically, heated water below the surface of the ground. That groundwater where you have geothermal activity can provide your heating system. I've seen houses designed that have no furnace in Wyoming. They use geothermal water. Yeah, it's pretty neat. And there's a guy who specializes in it who helped out this couple in Cody. And we'll learn about him. We're going to learn so much today on this Monday. President Trump is doing away with some of that red tape involved in trying to get oil and gas exploration going. If you want to set up a new drill pad, it used to be very cumbersome under Joe Biden. It would take maybe years. Now it takes months, maybe weeks. As Trump says, drill, baby, drill, like only Republicans can. However, David Madison has a story in the Cowboy State Daily. Oil and gas producers in Wyoming say, chill, baby, chill. Reason being, it doesn't make financial sense to produce oil, although nobody's producing. And we get in the habit of saying oil and gas production. This stuff was produced a long time ago. All the way back to when dinosaurs were walking around. These are rotting dinosaur carcasses that have already produced our oil. A dinosaur, an old coral reef from the days when Wyoming was an ocean bed, and a lot of sunlight has produced our oil. So producers, extractors is a more relevant term. But oil and gas producers say they're not in any hurry to take advantage of Trump's speed up with oil and gas. Because the fear is the market will become oversupplied, oversaturated. The market is already right now running kind of even. I mean, a barrel of crude oil at the market's close on Friday was $63. That's pretty reasonable, although it doesn't seem to reflect at your local Chevron. What the heck? That I don't understand. Well, I understand it. It's greed. It's market manipulation. If Trump wants to do something useful, not that his other initiatives are not useful, the whole, shower head regulation, I'm all for that. President Donald Trump's administration in the first 100 days has done away with the restrictions on showerhead water flow. I'm not kidding. And that's important, and I like that. Of course, he's done all the tariff stuff. We'll figure out whether that's beneficial to America. It's too early to tell. But he's also made it easier for oil and gas producers or extractors to get rolling. But the problem is right now, they don't want to get rolling too fast because they're not going to get the most for their product. Same thing is if you were Mattel and you made a Barbie. There are times when Barbie sales are in the tank. No kid wants a Barbie. Remember Cabbage Patch dolls, that craze? I bet you Mattel was easing back on the Barbie production back when Cabbage Patch dolls went nuts. Did Mattel produce those? I don't think they did. When was it? Cabbage Patch dolls. Most of my listeners are going to remember that. Cabbage Patch Kids. They were big in the 80s, right? I think. Cabbage Patch Kids. Cloth dolls, plastic heads produced by Coleco Industries in 1982. Okay, so it was not Mattel. So exactly. Falls right into what I was saying. Cabbage Patch Kids, every little kid had to have one in the 80s. And I'll bet if you look at the production, Mattel's production of Barbies, it was really low. Same thing with oil and gas in Wyoming right now. Nobody was buying the Barbies. Then the Barbie movie comes out, and now you ramp up production. Well, when oil hits $100 a barrel, that'll be like the Barbie movie coming out in Wyoming. Then we'll see production start ramping up. But right now, with estimates are the crude oil global supply right now, estimated by Dennis Kistler, who follows the oil and gas industry in a publication called Heart Energy. He wrote a column the other day. He said, right now, crude oil, the global supply is at or near demand. So that's what's kept the price fairly low and reasonable, $63 a barrel. We've seen oil as high as 100 for a 55-gallon barrel. So why, with oil at 63 a barrel, very low, why am I still paying $3.69 for a gallon of diesel? I'll never know. That's what Trump has to look into. The collusion, the greed, the extortion at the pump. Anyway, good story by David Madison and why Wyoming might not be raring to go, chomping at the drill bit, so to speak. Urgent notice issued by the Air Force. They admit one of their own has jumped ship. I guess you don't jump ship when you're in the Air Force. That might be a long fall. If you jump ship in the Air Force, you better have a parachute. But Airman First Class Brandon Standifer. Brandon is wanted by the Air Force for child porn allegations, and he took off and was last seen arriving at the, I said Cody Airport, Bozeman Yellowstone International Airport. Okay. I thought it was Cody earlier in the show. Airman First Class, last seen April 19th when he got off a plane sometime between midnight and 1 a.m. at the arrivals section. They really have flights at little old Bozeman Airport coming in at midnight? Wow. His mode of transportation upon leaving the airport still under investigation, but The Air Force issued a bolo, basically, be on the lookout for Brandon Standifer. He doesn't pose any risk to the public, I wouldn't imagine. He is dealing with his own internal demons, wanted for child porn. In fact, has stated to the Air Force that he wants to kill himself in nature, has plans to commit suicide in nature. Well, you get off the plane in Bozeman, Yellowstone International Airport, and you're a short drive to nature. And if he was last seen on video surveillance April 19th, and it's April 28th now, I can imagine that he is somewhere in nature and no longer with us. But we'll see. It's a big country out here in the West. Might take a while to find him. We got a University of Wyoming professor who's been lost for 9 months. Best thing about Cook City, it's not New York City. Andrew Rossi says that's one way where that Cook City promotes itself. It's the number one way. Cook City, Montana, northeast entrance to Yellowstone National Park. Pretty cool little town. Very little. Tiny. It has a population, permanent population, year-round population of like less than 10 people. Not many people there, and not much going on in Cook City unless, you pop in an average July weekend and it's hopping. But it's still not a very big town and probably not going to ever get very big because it's off the beaten path, number one. Number two, there's no Wi-Fi to speak of. I've been there. And even when you go, no Wi-Fi floating around, no free Wi-Fi in the air. What do you call that? Like 5G? There's no 5G. There's no 5G plus. There's no 4G. There's no any G. It's 0G in Cook City. Your phone will say LTE. Your phone will just say nothing. You can't. There's no internet at all in Cook City. If you go and stay at a hotel, a motel or whatever, the finest establishment in Cook City is the Alpine Motel. They have Wi-Fi, but it's complete junk. You can't do anything on it. I've been on it. And they admit it and they like it that way. If you're in the Alpine Motel and your overnight stay comes with free Wi-Fi, here's the password. Don't even bother. Don't even bother. It doesn't work. You might be able to get one text through to somebody. You might be able to download one email or something, but it's not ready for prime time. And cell phone coverage, really sketchy. Maybe, probably not. And they like it that way. In fact, they market themselves. Number one thing on the list, they have the annual list of expectations for tourists. Number one on that list is, this is Cook City, not New York City. Reduce your expectations. Rein in your expectations, they say, when you're in Cook City. The Alpine Motel general manager, Chad Meader, said, cell service is an expectation that isn't met here, which prompts a lot of anger. And even the Wi-Fi is maybe on a good day. Cook City is a town with no law enforcement officers, no EMS, no dentists. There are several ATMs where you can make a withdrawal, but no banks. Only one public restroom, a general store with a decent selection of groceries. Otherwise, the nearest supermarket, 2-hour drive to Cody or Gardner. I mean, Cook City is out there. High elevation, too. It's over 7,000 feet, so expect to see snow in Cook City for all but 2 months a year. Yeah, Cook City, not New York City. Good story from Andrew Rossi. More we got to get to, including this gigantic, world's biggest shotgun. Back when hunters would massacre an entire flock. If you went duck hunting with this particular shotgun, your aim was not to kill one duck or two or three. It was to kill the entire flock sitting on a pond This gun, you better bring a friend if you're going to fire it because it'll knock you down. We'll talk about that and more when we come back on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. Good morning. Sorry it's Monday. What can you do? Lori Danker's going to be with us later. Lori is the spokesperson for strategic communications and public affairs for the TSA. I'm going to ask her some TSA questions. We have her on specifically to talk about real ID and what that means. For a lot of us in Wyoming, it's not going to be a big deal, I don't think. Especially if you have a driver's license. You're probably good to go. But we'll talk to Lori. Not going to be that case across the nation. I know in California, there's maybe half the population is compliant for real ID. Millions are not going to be able to fly come May 7th. They do not have real ID. What is real ID? Do you have it here in Wyoming? I'm saying you likely do, and you may not even know it. Lori Dankers will verify that because she's an expert. She'll tell you if you've got real ID. She'll tell you also what will happen if you don't come May 7th. This has been years in the works. We knew it was coming. What have you been doing, you slacker? You slackers in California who've run out of license plates? That's another story we got to do. California's got so many cars, and believe me, you know that. If you've been on Highway 1 or 101 or any of them, there's too many cars in that state. I don't know why it's the Golden State. It should be the car state. Yeah, California's running out of license plate numbers. We'll talk about that. So they're up to 9999. Like, they're literally up to the nines, and in the letters up to X. What are they going to do now? It's like that scene in Jaws. We're going to need a bigger boat. We're going to need a bigger license plate. We got to add a whole digit to California tags. They're running out. Well, California's running out of license plates, and they're also one of the least compliant states ready for real ID. An estimated half the population not ready for prime time when it comes to flying. May 7th. You could be sorely disappointed at the airport when the TSA says, we're not sure it's you. No, I swear it's me. Look, that's not a real ID. Yeah, Lori's going to be on. Who else is coming on today? David Madison will be on to talk about his stories. We just talked about one. Sally Ann Shermer, we're going to talk NFL draft with her. If you weren't watching over the weekend, man, you missed it. I can't get myself into such a football frenzy that I watched the NFL draft, but I did. Maybe it's a lack of anything else on. But I can't believe in this day and age, this country is so football crazed that we televise NFL game reruns. You can watch football any day of the year, even when football isn't happening. We have reruns of games. But we televise the draft like in real time with replays and interviews. I mean, that's crazy. But I watched a little bit of it because I was interested in the drama. Most people who watch the draft are purely interested in what their team, who they draft. So if you're Greg Johnson, you're a Bronco fan, you love them donkeys, you're interested to see what college player they decide to take a gamble on and draft. This time around, I'll bet ESPN's coverage of the draft had one of their highest ratings because the saga, the drama, was all about Shedeur Sanders, quarterback for the Colorado University where Greg went to school. Greg, we really need you on. That's his alma mater, CU. And Shedeur Sanders played there for a couple of years, set a few records statistically, was Big 12 Player of the Year. He did some significant things, but did he do enough to have his number retired? That seemed a little me-centric. That seemed to smack a little bit of dad and getting out from under dad's shadow. Primetime, Deion Sanders, coach of the team, is also father to the quarterback. And if that isn't a recipe for a potential disaster, I don't know what is. When your dad is the coach, it's probably, it's a good thing that he is talented. Imagine if he was marginal or sucked and he kept playing over someone else because dad was the coach. But he's good. But almost everything Shedeur Sanders has done has indicated that he thinks he's really good. And he's very me first and not team first. And is he though? How many of these decisions were him and how many were his father? Because the other kid, Shiloh Sanders, that's Neon's other kid, who was also on the team. He got drafted as well. And he signed with Baltimore Ravens, maybe. But he's made news today because he said his father was his agent. And he said that, and that's not going too well, he said. So Shiloh Sanders understands that dad is not helping. Dad is hurting his efforts. Shiloh appeared on a Twitch live stream the other day. Shiloh Sanders told viewers on Twitch, after starting the draft process with his dad representing him, he had decided to sign with another agent. Sanders said, "Dad was our agent," referring to his brother Shadur and himself. "Dad was our agent, but that hasn't been working out too good," he said. "So today I had to sign with an agent." So Shiloh's seen the writing on the wall. Dad is inhibiting. Dad is the reason that these Sanders brothers are getting a bad rap. He has a lot to do with it, Neon Dion. So Shiloh saw the writing on the wall, and he's got out from under Dad. But I think Shadur, who we watched slip in the draft, not taken in the first round, second round, third round, fourth round. Like, what? Finally, the team that needed him the least, Cleveland Browns, added their fifth quarterback to the quarterback race. Getting crowded in the QB room in Cleveland. One of those guys has got to go. Probably Flacco. Anyway, I'm getting too far into sports. People don't know what I'm talking about. That's why we need Greg Johnson on. Sally Ann Shermer will be on later. We'll talk sports with her. Dale Killingback has a really touching story that we'll get to. Dale will be on the show later, and he can talk about Coach, the guy they call Coach, Dennis Arner. Dennis, Coach Arner, 65-year-old battling MS and dementia. Most people around Casper know him as the bike guy, even if you don't know he's Coach, or even if you don't know him that his name is Dennis, you say, "Oh, there's that bike guy," because he's always biking. You'll find out why he's always riding his bike. The 65-year-old with a white beard and a permanent smile. You'll find out why just reading this story from Dale Killingback. Really touching story. Dale will be on later today and talk about Coach, the bike riding dude in Casper. Mark Hines has the story about, we have a story, two stories in the Cowboy State Daily over the weekend that involve firearms. One, a famous musket that fired the first shot at Bunker Hill. Another is probably the world's biggest gun. We're talking like bazooka quality. I mean, assuming you're going to define your rifles accordingly, and you're not going to count, this is a real shotgun. It's not a bazooka. It's not a rocket launcher. It's just it's a rifle. It's a shotgun, but it's gigantic. Punt guns. Have you ever heard of these punt guns, as in something you do in the NFL when you got fourth and long, you punt? Punt guns are essentially waterborne cannons that can slaughter up to 100 waterfowl in a single blast. They could be up to 10 feet long, weigh 200 pounds. It took two people to maneuver this thing, to hold this thing, and it would take 10 people to fire it. I mean, I can't imagine that. There's probably not a huge kick on this because it does have a long barrel. Still, you're talking about a gun that has a bore. I mean, what it shoots, they would fill it with thousands of different projectiles. I mean, you would stuff it with all kinds of things. And you would just blast an entire flock of birds off the top of a pond. Is this even legal? No, it wasn't legal for very long. Some states began banning the punt gun as early as 1860. By 1918, a federal ban was enacted because so many waterfowl were being massacred by these punt guns. The world's biggest shotgun. Mark Hines has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Well, we're going to wrap things up for this hour and take a top of the hour break. We like to do that just to recharge. So we will. Top of the hour break here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll be right back after news or whatever it is you're going to enjoy for the next 6 minutes. We'll see you on the other side. Thanks for spending your Monday with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. When a Newburgh, Oregon police officer started his night shift Wednesday last week, he had no idea he'd spend 5 hours on the phone with a barricaded man 1,000 miles away in Riverton. Newburgh resident Melissa Ware had found herself on a frightening video call with her cousin, Ron Allington, who had locked himself into a house with a knife and a BB gun after police had come to arrest him on an outstanding warrant. Ware told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that the Newburgh police, tipped off by the Natrona County Sheriff's Department, had sent Officer Jeremy Pylan to support Ware in her hours-long attempt to reason with her cousin.
And she just off the cuff goes, "Do you want to talk to Officer Pilon?" And he's like, "No, I'm not a trained negotiator." And too late, she handed the phone over. He ends up talking to Natrona County crisis negotiators at the same time. So he's feeding his phone call with Allington into those negotiators, and they're texting him on 2 more phones. And so it's just this giant collaborative marathon that lasted 5 hours.
After the standoff finally ended, Allington was arrested without further incident. He faces 2 counts of aggravated assault, 1 count of possessing a deadly weapon with unlawful intent, 1 count of reckless endangering, and police interference. The passing of Pope Francis has invoked a color wheel of emotion for Wyoming's Catholics, a highly diverse group whose approach to the faith can seem as individual as the colored panes of a stained glass mosaic, and yet held fast by ritual and community. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag spoke to several Catholics who reflected on Pope Francis's legacy and the future of the church.
Emotionally, there's sadness, there's hope, there's a sense of concern, there's a sense of gratitude. And then you have really devout people who are practically setting up second residencies in the church pews since Francis's passing, and they are just feeling this moment so deeply.
The coming conclave will see over 130 of the church's cardinals gather in the Sistine Chapel to cast their votes for the next church leader. For now, Wyoming parishioners are praying for Francis and meditating on the example and legacy he leaves behind. Well, for much of the past 4 decades, Casper businessman Mike Reed lived with a left ankle free of pain despite an old ankle injury that required surgery 41 years ago. But a recent diagnosis of osteoarthritis explained that chronic pain that had begun creeping into that joint about 18 months ago. However, Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that a new procedure available in Wyoming has rendered Reed pain-free.
Took about a little over an hour, but what it involves is putting in what's called an embolic, and it blocks the blood from going to the place where there was an injury. But after he had this procedure, he said right away it helped. And right now he says it's like 95% good.
A federally approved research study confirmed that the procedure shows great promise in treating patients with chronic joint pain caused by osteoarthritis. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicolaitan Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
And Steve Dahlman didn't think he was the type to go to hell and back for his hobby, yet that's exactly what he did during a recent visit to Casper. Dahlman has traveled across the nation visiting and photographing famous film locations. He told Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi that his recent adventure to Hell's Half Acre, the setting for the 1997 film Starship Troopers, was one of his favorites.
They were attracted to the location because it was so naturally alien and beautiful in its own way. But he did see clear signs of a Hollywood production there. He found shell casings. He found hundreds of nails that were probably removed from sets that they had built in that spot. And he also found giant holes where they had pounded 1-inch thick rebar to build a cave so that they could extract the brain bug out of it, because there are no caves in Hell's Half Acre.
The 320 acres of Hell's Half Acre are part of a 960-acre tract of land owned by Natrona County. It's been closed to the public since 2005, and groups like the Natrona County Outdoor Recreation Collaborative have advocated for reopening the site to outdoor recreation. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Go wash up and grab your sister.
Okay, but first... Where's Grandma?
Hey, Mama. Ma.
I'm worried about Mom.
Mom? She's fine. These the ones, right, Mama?
Yeah, groundlings.
Sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes.
Daddy, it's salty.
Grandma's just getting old. Some things come with age.
And some don't.
Early detection of Alzheimer's can lead to better care for your loved one.
Add 2 eggs.
Learn the early warning signs at 10signs.org.
Here's a trivia question to start your morning. Get your brain in high gear functioning. Quick, 10 seconds. What's the state bird of Florida? I would guess the flamingo, right? Because if you take a drive around Florida, that's kind of, you see a flamingo in every yard, a fake one or a real one. I would have guessed the flamingo. Well, if you guess flamingo, you're wrong for now. You might be right pretty soon. Florida is talking about replacing their state bird after nearly 100 years. That bird is no longer suiting them. Quick, the official Florida state bird is not a flamingo. If you guessed mockingbird, you'd be correct. However, if you've guessed mockingbird is the official state bird of Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, and Texas, you'd also be correct. That's the problem. Florida says, look, these other states already got a mockingbird. Let's be original. Nobody using the flamingo. Nobody likely to use the flamingo. So Florida wants to get in on changing their state bird. It would require the Florida legislature to get after it, and they are after it. They have 2 bills in the Florida legislature. One that would dump the mockingbird after nearly 100 years as the state bird of this Sunshine State, and they would finally get their own bird. The other bill would make it official to designate the pink-feathered American flamingo as the official Florida state bird. It would also add the Florida scrub jay as the official Florida state songbird. The House bills designed to do this have yet to leave their perch, so to speak. But the Senate has flown both bills through committee unanimously. So watch for this. In the near future, the Florida state bird could soon become the flamingo like it always should have been, instead of copycatting 4 other states using the mockingbird. And I hope you're listening this morning, Abby, because Thursday, when we do our Ask Abby, it's going to be the first trivia question. What's the state bird of Florida? And if she answers flamingo, we're going to have to buzz her. Where's my buzzer? If she says flamingo, I'm going to have to say, nope, not yet. It's the mockingbird. So, yeah, if you're listening in, as you always are, right, Abby, that you will at least know one trivia question come up this Thursday. You'll nail it if you were listening and paying attention. This story from Claire McFarland, who was following that whole standoff in Riverton about Ron Allington. Ron Allington is the 62-year-old who, going back last summer, I think, he was in the hospital. He was in the ER, and he kind of popped off at everybody. And he has moments of delusion. His family will tell you that. He has moments where he's delusional. And when he is delusional, his family says he's not a threat. He'll just think, he'll think everything's a lie. He won't trust anything when he's delusional. He'll think the cops are out to get him. But he has made threats. And that's what law enforcement's worried about. He made threats to folks in the hospital saying people were going to be carried out in body bags. That's not very nice. He's made threats, but when he gets delusional, he's hard to reason with, say his family, Ron Allington. So he's in Riverton. They went to serve him a warrant because he had to appear in a court hearing where they were going to tell him how long he'd be on probation. Well, he blew it off. Police went to his home to arrest him. He got all kinds of defensive and delusional again, barricaded himself inside the home, had a knife, had what turned out to be a BB gun, and it turned into a 12-hour siege, a standoff where pepper spray was used. So during the standoff, it wasn't just 12 hours, everybody sitting outside waiting. And then tear gas was deployed and we got him. That wasn't the end of the story. Claire has a lot more about the story. In Claire McFarland's latest, she'll talk about why a cop in Newberg, Oregon was probably instrumental in talking Allington out of the home. And it's just a regular beat cop in Oregon, I think. He's just a regular, he works at the Newberg Dundee Police Department. Just a regular old police officer, but he happens to be a distant cousin of Allington. In fact, it was first Melissa Ware, who is a cousin of Ron Allington. She likes to keep tabs on her cousin Ron through mom's Facebook page, and she knew through the Facebook page something was going on, something was bad. She had a bad feeling. So she got in touch with Ron during the standoff, her cousin. And she's like, Ron, what's going on? And, he's texting back, or he's telling her back that, they're surrounding me. He was just all worried. He was not in a good place. He was fearful for what the cops were going to do to him. And Melissa's like, oh, man, she tried to talk sense into her cousin. But then she had the idea of getting a hold of her cousin, also a distant cousin to Ron Allington, and that was the police officer. And the police officer, Jeremy Pylon, was getting ready to go to work that day, which would probably involve writing a few speeding tickets. And all of a sudden he's called in as special negotiator. And he's like, no. This is not what I do. You know, his cousin calls him, Melissa, and she says, Jeremy, you got to help with our crazy cousin in Wyoming. Well, that's not her exact words, but yeah, Ron's like barricaded himself in the house. The cops have surrounded him. This is really bad. And Jeremy Pylon says, well, this is not what I do. I'm not a negotiator, but you're the best we got. He trusts you. You're his cousin. And before Jeremy can even decline, they're on the phone together. And over the course of a few hours, Jeremy does negotiate a few things like, Ron, you got to get rid of the knife. The knife's not good. The cops are not going to trust you. He's like, trust me, I'm a cop. If you got a knife in your belt, like I see, I guess he was on FaceTime or something because he could see what Ron was doing. And he said, that knife in your belt, you got to lose that. Because if the cops see that knife, it's not going to end well. You're going to make them really nervous. So Jeremy instinctively kind of sounds like he does have some skills in negotiating. He understands that Ron Ellington's not going to give up a knife for nothing. He's like, let me negotiate. You give up the knife and I'll have your mom delivered into the house with you. Ron's mom was on the outside and he and his mom are, as he trusts his mom, they are tight. And he was worried the cops were hurting his mom on the outside. He didn't know. He's like, I'm worried about my mom. So Jeremy Pylon says, I'll make you a deal. Get rid of the knife and I'll have the cops let your mom in. And he had little baby steps where he would, convince Ron Ellington to do certain things. Ron Ellington had a ski mask on at one point. He's like, Ron, take the ski mask off. That's also not a good look. It's going to get you in trouble. And he finally did negotiate to the point where, yes, there was tear gas involved. I understand the tear gas through the windows did not work as the final way to get Ron Ellington into custody. I think they fired tear gas in. Then they came to the door and Ron Ellington started poking the knife around and they backed off. They said, oh, never mind that. And I think it wasn't until Jeremy Pylon got involved that they finally got Ron Ellington out of that house. Incredible story within the story. We learned so much more about it. Yeah, crazy guy barricades himself, cops, 12-hour standoff. Well, we learn a little bit more about what Ron Ellington is crazy about, what kind of crazy he is. He has bouts of delusion, and he was in one during this standoff. And then we learned of a distant cousin in Oregon who happened to work for a police department there who stayed on the phone with him, FaceTime or whatever, and kind of talked him down. Incredible story from Claire McFarland. Claire talks more about it with her own Wendy Core.
When a Newburgh, Oregon police officer started his night shift Wednesday last week, he had no idea he'd spend 5 hours on the phone with a barricaded man 1,000 miles away in Riverton, Wyoming. Newburgh resident Melissa Ware had found herself on a frightening video call with her cousin, Ron Ellington, who had locked himself into a house with a knife and a BB gun after police had come to arrest him on an outstanding warrant. Ware told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that the Newburgh police, tipped off by the Natrona County Sheriff's Department, had sent Officer Jeremy Pylon to support Ware in her hours-long attempt to reason with her cousin.
He's next to her and she's negotiating with her cousin who's in the standoff, and she just off the cuff goes, do you want to talk to Officer Pylon? And he's like, no, I'm not a trained negotiator. And too late, she handed the phone over. He ends up talking to Natrona County crisis negotiators at the same time. So he's feeding his phone call with Ellington into those negotiators, and they're texting him on 2 more phones like, oh, here's the direction you should go. Here's what you should try. Give this a shot. And so it's just this giant collaborative marathon that lasts 5 hours.
After the standoff finally ended, Ellington was arrested without further incident. He faces 2 counts of aggravated assault, 1 count of possessing a deadly weapon with unlawful intent, 1 count of reckless endangering, and police interference.
Yeah, just more about the story that we didn't know. It's pretty neat. Claire McFarland, she covered the whole thing. She was there during the standoff, standing on a roof, watching it all go down. And from her perspective in real time, it just appeared like nothing was going on for hours at a time. But a lot, I guess, was going on internally with the communication between Ellington and Cousins. Pretty neat. Let's get into the Zoom room. Day weather forecast, Don Day. Don, I noticed on the weather map this morning, I was watching some kind of weather map that shows the satellite, and it was all the northern half of the state that was getting clouds and rain and snow, and it was like a perfect line.
The Cody area has picked 1 to 2 inches of rain overnight.
Woo! Okay.
Yeah.
So
those thick clouds you see up in northern Wyoming are producing a lot of rain. In Dayton, near Sheridan there, just under 9/10 of an inch of rain. And we have flood watches in effect for Sheridan and parts of the Montana right along the Wyoming border. And of course, if it's raining that much down low, you can imagine what the snow is up high. Pretty significant.
Yeah, I saw your flood watch for Sheridan, and I was surprised at that. I wondered if it had anything to do with, the fire over the summer and whether all that vegetation is gone and now root system can't hold. But that seems pretty far away from the slope of the Bighorns. Is it just local? I mean, they just got that much rain in Sheridan?
Well, yeah, a couple things. First of all, you always have to watch those fire areas, but also we were pretty warm over the weekend. So you're getting moderate to heavy rain with snow melt. And this is where your small streams, your small tributaries coming out of the high country can get swollen. This isn't, Wyoming flooding is not Mississippi or, Iowa flooding. It tends to be a lot more localized. But, boy, I tell you, the northern part of the state is really benefiting from some really good spring moisture. And all we got to do is rewind, go back to where we were in August and September, October, when they couldn't get a drop of rain. Now it's like, well, every time something comes through, it's raining and snowing up there.
Well, that's super good news. There's still, there's a reason I guess they call it the Red Desert. Still parts of the South in the state that not benefiting from this. But that's good news up north, 3 feet high and rising, as Johnny Cash would say.
Johnny Cash would say, that's right.
That's really good news. So, how's the week laying out? I do want to get in a little bit of golf this week. It seems like it's alternating. Like this day's pretty nice. This day's not nice. It's kind of nice, not nice.
Yeah, so that's exactly how it's going to go. We've got this storm system that's moving through right now. So today is not a really good golfing day.
Yeah.
Tomorrow we'll clear out briefly, but there's another front coming right behind this one, and it's going to be in northern Wyoming as early as tomorrow night into Wednesday morning. Then late Wednesday into Thursday morning, it'll be in southern Wyoming. The best golfing days, Jake, probably going to be Thursday and Friday if you want to, get the clubs out. We will see warmer weather by the end of the week and the weekend. The weekend will be warm, but it will bring thunderstorms. That'll be something that we'll need to keep an eye on.
How much, let me ask you this, Don, how much are these systems, like organized system coming into the state, how much is that responsible for our spring weather? Or how much is just very local? Like when a spring day gets real warm, 70, and the snow is melting off of mountains, we can create our own convection kind of thing going. Or is it still just, fronts coming in?
Well, this time of year, it's more what you're describing is something that we see more in June, July, and August. The heat of the day, and you get those thunderstorms that will pop up. This time of year, though, it's these larger systems that bring us the more widespread spring moisture. I mean, this heavier moisture goes all the way back across Idaho, then across the northern parts of the state, southern Montana, all the way into the Dakotas. So this is covering quite a bit of area across really the Interstate 90 corridor is kind of where it's focused, along and north of there.
Wet up north, but hey, we needed it a while ago, and we can always use it. Thanks, Don.
Right, exactly.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Yeah, have a great Monday. It's Don Day with a forecast, and flood watch up there in Sheridan, Dayton area, Ranchester maybe. You're going to already got some some water, some rain, and snow melt. We're going to get right back into the Zoom room, talk Real ID with a TSA expert. Lori Danker will be on with us in a moment. Let's take a quick break.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About, Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay. And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Into the Zoom room on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's Lori Dankers. Lori is with TSA. She's, let me see if I can get the title right. You're strategic communications, PIO, spokesperson. If it happens at the TSA, you're going to tell us what it means.
That is right. I do work for TSA. I cover the state of Wyoming, and I've been pretty busy talking about Real ID, which is what I'm going to talk about with you today. So go ahead. Any questions you have, I'm happy to answer.
I'm a little nervous, but I'm not too nervous because I do understand that most of us should be okay in Wyoming, especially if we have a driver's license, thanks to the DMV getting out ahead of the curve. We should be okay for May 7th, but let's talk about the deadline. This has been coming for years in the making now. Shouldn't be a secret. Didn't sneak up on anybody except for those of you in California, apparently, who didn't get the message. We'll talk about their compliance. I'm not surprised. But May 7th, when you go to the airport, you need a real ID. What is a real ID? Let's start there, Lori.
Yeah, Real ID is the result of a law that was passed by Congress in 2005, and it essentially established minimum standards for the issuance of driver's licenses in each state. And it was a recommendation made by the 9/11 Commission. If we take ourselves back to 2001 and what was happening in our country at that time, the Real ID Act was born out of that. Now, Wyoming is one of the few states that was an early adapter. Essentially, they have been issuing Real ID compliant licenses, state ID cards, that type of thing since 2011. So anybody who is licensed in the state of Wyoming has a state of Wyoming issued credential is ready for the Real ID deadline of enforcement of May 7th, 2025. You're good to go. Congratulations on being a 100% compliant state. It has made your life a lot easier.
Yeah, and you'll know that's the case by taking a look at your license, pop it out now, and look for that star in the upper right-hand corner. Now, there's two different stars. One's colored in or one isn't. What does that mean? Does that mean anything? And if we have the star, we're good, right?
Yeah, so Wyoming had two different designs, both of which were Real ID compliant. The most recent one, you'll find that in the upper right-hand corner as you've described. But essentially, if you're licensed in Wyoming, you're good to go. You don't need to worry about it. TSA officers know what a Wyoming credential looks like, and you don't need to worry about it. People in other states, though, that don't have a Real ID compliant state-issued credential, they're going to need to provide another acceptable form of identification to make it through the security checkpoint. For those who don't have that, they can expect delays, additional screening, and risk being turned away from the security checkpoint if they can't prove they are who they say they are.
We'll talk about what you can expect at the airport. That's all anybody wants to know. What is it going to mean for me? I got travel plans. But I just had another follow-up question about why. What did Wyoming DMV do that other states didn't to make sure you're real? Like, what was it?
Yeah, so Wyoming worked with the Department of Homeland Security to meet those minimum federal security standards once they were established. They offer one type of driver's license in the state. Some states offer more than one. For people who aren't eligible for a Real ID, the state will offer an alternate type of ID. But then some people in the state just choose to get the alternate ID, and that's where they run into troubles once Real ID enforcement begins. But in Wyoming, the state worked early with the Department of Homeland Security. They began issuing it across the board. And as a result, it's what has allowed you to be the 100% compliant state that you are. There's just a handful of them. I really do applaud your Department of Transportation, your DMV for doing this. They simplified a process for all of you, and they're going to make it much easier for you when you travel. People in other states, including New Jersey, where they're at a 17% compliance rate, those individuals who are traveling starting May 7th are going to need to use another form of ID. That's not impossible. People have passports, passport cards, DHS trusted traveler cards, active duty military ID. There's a bunch of types of IDs that TSA accepts, but what do we all know? The driver's license is the most convenient. It's the one most easily accessible. It's one you have with you all the time. And so that's what makes it such a natural to use.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, you're not fumbling looking for one of those other forms of Real ID. Most of us, if we drove to the airport or if we're driving, we just have it, all the time. But yeah, that could be a problem. Before we talk about what it means at the airport, on a reminder, we're talking to Lori Dankers, TSA. You've been there since 2011. Prior, you were with ICE in 2006, which required you to probably leave your beloved Washington state for Washington, D.C. So I have to ask, which do you prefer? Which Washington?
I did live in Washington, D.C. very early in my career. And that's how I ended up entering the federal government, and I'm still here today. And I think there are beautiful parts of each of them, but I do prefer being in the Evergreen State. That's where I grew up. That's where my home and family is. And I prefer that. Washington, D.C. is an interesting place. If you get a chance to live there, I think it's an experience that's quite unique, but I always think it's great to go home.
Well, I'm so jealous because you were at Edward R. Murrow College of Communication. Is that right? That's my dream school, Lori.
Oh, yeah. Washington State University. I'm a huge Cougar fan. I am in the Hall of their Hall of Achievement there, which is a real honor for me. And I am still very involved in the university. They have an excellent communication school. It's where I learned my trade, and I've been applying it for a long time.
So when we hit the airport, if we have travel plans beginning May 7th, even if we are compliant, and probably not a bad idea to build in, factor in some extra time because others won't be, and that's going to hold things up maybe?
That is a really great question. So here's what people can expect. Operationally, we don't want to penalize the people who are prepared, those who've done their part, especially in Wyoming, where your state did that for you and you're lucky to be part of that. So we are going to make a pledge to keep operations efficient and smooth for those who are in compliance. For those who aren't, those are the ones who will face delays. So our federal security directors, which oversee the TSA operations in each state, are coming up with a plan to ensure that we can keep people who are in compliance moving through the checkpoint quickly. And so that would be you. But it is never a bad idea to allow a little extra time because you may encounter the unexpected. You could be traveling with someone who forgot their ID, or maybe they're not licensed in Wyoming and they're suddenly going to be delayed and you're going to want to be together. So, anyways, a little extra time is always helpful, but hopefully you won't need it. Nothing wrong with getting to your gate a little extra time so you can sit down, have a cup of coffee or just something to relax before you board your flight. But it is going to be a change for people, and especially at the larger airports, which of course, a lot of times only 50% of your trips start in Wyoming. The other percent of the trips are going to start somewhere else. So you may not know what to expect there. You may be less familiar with the layout. So please allow that time so that you can have a smooth trip. No one likes to be delayed through security, but the best way to ensure that you aren't is to come prepared and allow a little extra time.
Yeah, I have to say, at my little airport, Jackson Hole Airport, whenever we hear, allow up to 2 hours before your flight, all the locals laugh. We get there 20 minutes ahead of the flight and breeze through TSA. It's just a small airport. But
I just want to point out, airlines do board 40 minutes prior to departure, so you need to allow that. And of course, security is very quick there. I've been to that airport multiple times. It's beautiful, and they do a great job there. But you're right, 2 hours is excessive there. But I will tell you, if you do not have a Real ID compliant credential, then you are need to allow some extra time because once again, the resources we have on the ground there to help those people who didn't plan ahead are going to be stretched pretty thin because we're going to be devoting a lot of them to those of you who are compliant, making sure you're getting through the security checkpoint.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Now, regarding TSA and the procedure come May 7th, if you're not compliant, and by the way, Jackson Hole Airport was not one of the last airports to not have TSA folks until just recently, and it's been a smooth transition, I will say. But is TSA, are the agents going to be instructed to just turn you away when you've got a flight you need to be somewhere and you don't have Real ID? What's going to happen on May 7th?
Well, that's the operational plan that we're working on. And so you're not going to automatically be turned away. You will face additional screening. You will face delays. And the length of the delays will be determined by the number of people around you who also aren't ready for the Real ID enforcement. In Wyoming, those numbers are going to be relatively small. It's going to be the out-of-towners who are going to slow things down. But that's what people can expect. If you can't verify your identity for us, then you do risk the chance of being turned away. But that's not a first action that will take place. So what I would say is this. If you are licensed in Wyoming, good to go. Don't give it a second thought. If you're an out-of-towner hearing this, see what credentials you can use. Bring your passport or your passport card. But that is not a long-term strategy because you could damage it, you could lose it, and then you're in the process of replacing your passport, and nobody wants to do that. So just go ahead, work to get Real ID compliant, and your personal deadline may be different than the federal enforcement deadline. Your personal deadline is the day of your trip by air. So let's say you're not traveling until the 4th of July weekend. You have the month of June and May to also come in compliance. Also, I do believe that appointments in a lot of states are going to open up after May 7th. A lot of people trying to get ready ahead of the deadline, but keep in mind, your deadline is the date that you're traveling. So you may have a little extra wiggle room, but always allow time so that your license can be mailed to you, delivered, and picked up by you, because that does take 2 to 3 weeks, sometimes up to 4 weeks in some states. Word to the wise.
Laura, with your long tenure at TSA, 14 years now, this is probably one of the bigger things you've seen come across where you are busy every day, I can imagine, but it pales in comparison to what the pandemic must have been like. In a just short answer, what was that like for the TSA to get through COVID?
We were watching the passenger volumes go down every day. The lowest passenger volume day ever for TSA was April 14th when 87,000 people traveled nationwide.
Oh, wow.
Keep in mind, We were screening at that time about 2.4 million per day. Today, TSA is screening about 2.6 million people on average. We do anticipate on the busiest days of summer, there'd be more than 3 million people traveling at airports nationwide. Very busy. But we know we plan for that. And we learned a lot during the pandemic about making sure the customer service was good, even during dire times. During that time, people were traveling because they had to travel. Doctors and nurses, family members joining other family members who were vulnerable, that type of thing. But it kind of hit rock bottom in the middle of April and then came up quickly. But it took several months till we even were able to get over 500,000 in a day because, it was an unknown time, an uncertain time. But we all learned a lot from that, and we hope that we never have to repeat that. It was a difficult time.
Mm-hmm. We're talking to a TSA communication specialist, PIO spokesperson, the boss of TSA, basically, is what we're going to call you, Lori Dakers. And apologies to whoever who really is the boss. Let's talk two more things before we let you go. I have TSA PreCheck. I love it. I just signed up for the second renewal, global entry TSA PreCheck. What is it really? And we know it just means you don't have to take your shoes off, or it's a lot easier at the security checkpoint. But is it worth getting? What is TSA PreCheck?
Well, when I joined TSA PreCheck was brand new. I came into the agency right when that program was born. And what it was an ability to have people provide a little bit of information about themselves up front. So we could pre-screen them and they would be eligible for an expedited screening process. It's wildly popular. More than 20 million people have enrolled in it nationwide. And you can become eligible for TSA PreCheck by enrolling directly in it through the TSA PreCheck enrollment program or through a DHS trusted traveler program such as Global Entry or Nexus. Because you're a vetted traveler, that's what makes you eligible for PreCheck. The cost to enroll in PreCheck directly is about $77.95. It covers a 5-year period. You have to do so in person, but renewals can be done online moving forward. And it's really a great way to be able to expedite your travel. Once again, in Wyoming, the airports are relatively small. Your trip is relatively quick through security. But when you're coming back through the DFWs, the Miamis, the JFKs of the world, you're really going to value your PreCheck because you're going to go into a separate lane, sometimes even a separate checkpoint. It's going to save you a lot of time. But it's also going to save you a lot of what you don't have to do. You're going to leave your shoes on. You're going to leave your laptop in your bag, your travel size liquids in your bag. You're also going to be able to take children 17 and younger on your same itinerary through the PreCheck experience with you. And that is a huge benefit to families who want to travel together. And you get to do so at no cost for children 17 and under. So that's a money saver. It really, if you travel even 2 times a year, it's worth it. It's worth it for the peace of mind. It's worth it for the efficiency. PreCheck is probably the most popular program that the agency has in place. And it was launched by our administrator at the time, who was a former deputy director at the FBI, who was a good assessment of risk. And he knew that the vast majority of travelers were low risk. But how do you segment that population? And that is how the TSA PreCheck enrollment process was born. It's perpetual vetting. So if you have a criminal conviction that comes up on your record, you'll lose your PreCheck privileges. You bring your firearm to the checkpoint, which is a problem in this country, you lose your PreCheck privileges. You're no longer considered low risk. But for the vast majority of travelers, you're going to keep your TSA PreCheck. And for a lot of people, that's one of their most valuable assets when traveling.
Yeah, it's super convenient. And what a brilliant idea, because most of us are not hijackers and we're not profiled as such. Why not figure that out before we hit the lines at the airport? Yeah, great idea. One last thing, Lori, and I don't know to what degree you can talk about this, but I was blown away. I went to spring break Mexico trip not long ago, and the face scan technology. Oh my goodness, I didn't even have to get my passport out or my boarding ticket. The computers knew all about me. The face scan was so neat. We need these in every airport.
So we are using biometric facial matching technology when people are coming to the TSA officer during what we call the travel document checking process. When you present your ID, you turn over your ID to the officer, they scan that. The unit is designed to pull the basic biographical information of the traveler. At the same time, you can have your photo taken, compares the facial features of the real-time photo against the facial features on the driver's license or whatever credential you're using, confirms you are that person standing in front of them, and you're allowed in. You do not need to show your boarding pass because that unit is connected by the internet to the Secure Flight Database. Secure Flight Database is the database of ticketed travelers in the next 24 hours. It is so smooth, less than 2 seconds per traveler. Now, it's always optional. I like to tell people that if you don't want to have your picture taken, just tell the officer. They'll do the manual verification that we're used to seeing, but it has increased the efficiency of our operation. It has helped the officers because all the information is presented on screen in the same location every time. When they were looking at boarding passes, as you might recall, every boarding pass looks different by each airline. They're looking for pre-check. They're looking for your name. They're looking for your date of travel. They're looking for other information. Now that is no longer the case. This technology is really great. We have it at more than 220 airports. We're going to continue rolling that out. But I wanted to stress it is optional. Opt out before your picture's taken by just telling the officer, stand away from the camera so it doesn't capture your photos. But if you are going to use it, know that we never store the photos. We have no need for them. And it really is a game changer for us. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, it's really neat. And Lori Denker's on the show, by the way, to talk about Real ID. But I guess understanding that Wyomingites are pretty much compliant if you got a driver's license. We explored some other areas, but it was great chat. I'm ready to fly. Thank you, Lori, and thank you, TSA, for keeping us all safe. Bottom line, sometimes it's a hassle at the airport, but TSA is trying to keep the country and the world safe with travel.
The alternative is worse, and we are happy to do this, and we take our mission seriously. Thank you.
I hear you. Yeah. So we have your number, your super secret number. If anything else happens, we need to get a hold of you. We'd love to have you on again, Lori. Talk TSA.
Keep my number. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's Lori Denker's TSA on the show. Real ID, are you compliant? May 7th, we'll find out. Let's find out the easy way, not the hard way. Let's take a quick break of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Wyoming is the Cowboy State. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
You talk to... In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
It's Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Several ways you can join us every weekday. We're on the website, homepage, cowboystatedaily.com. If the show is live, and it's live 4 hours every weekday, then you'll see it when you land on the page. It'll just be rolling automatically. You can also check us out on your popular video websites, the YouTubes, Vimeo. We're on X, Facebook Live, also available for download at your favorite podcast platform. We're on radio stations across the state, adding more daily. And there are several ways you can join the conversation and chime in. You can comment on Facebook Live. That's one easy place where I can see. You can comment on YouTube, comment on X while you're on X. Make a comment, and I'll try to read those as the show goes on and share your feedback. You can also text us here in studio at the studio line, 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. Feel free to text anytime and let us know what's on your mind. We have a Facebook Live comment from Tina. And the trouble, I think, with feedback is I don't always know what it is you're feeding back about. Tina, I'm not sure what the topic is, but judging, this was 15 minutes ago. 15 minutes ago, I was just introducing onto the show Lori Dankers. We just finished up with Lori. She's TSA communications person, and she talked about Real ID and whether Wyomingites can feel confident they will be compliant. And we learned that Real ID, for those of us in Wyoming, most of us, great majority, we're probably ready to go with our Real ID because Wyoming Department of Motor Vehicles and WYDOT, they've been ahead of the game. They've been working with TSA for years. And thankfully, every driver's license they issue has a little star in the upper right-hand corner. That means that the ID you're holding is a real ID. It proves you can operate your motor vehicle, and it proves you are you, to the TSA anyway. So you're probably Real ID compliant, and you didn't know it. But I know there's millions of people in the country that should be worried, that are worried and should be worried that coming up May 7th deadline, in order to travel by air, you will need Real ID, and there's millions that don't yet have it. And it was great for Lori to come on, talk about Real ID and a couple of other TSA things. So I'm sure that's not what Tina was talking about when she said, Tina says, add rapist to that also. Rapist, you surely know how to pick them. Will you ride the mentally ill felon the whole way to the bottom? Tina asked. I'm not sure. Maybe Tina's talking about when we were on the Ron Allington subject. Ron Allington, the Riverton man that held police at bay for 12-hour standoff. And we learned today from the Claire McFarland story about what went on internally, communication between a distant cousin in a distant land. A police department officer in Oregon was in contact with Ron Allington, urging him to give himself up. He eventually did. Whether we want to hold the court of public opinion right now, and is that what we're talking about, Tina, that Ron Allington, I don't know that he's I don't know what Tina's referring to with Ride the Mentally Ill. He's got delusion problems for sure. It's probably a guy that we should have on the radar, probably somebody who deserves to be on probation for the threats he's made. But yeah, I don't know if I'm ready to ride the mentally ill felon the whole way to the bottom. I'm already at the bottom, Tina. I'm at the bottom. Nowhere to go but up in this job, but I do count my blessings. I'm glad I got employment. This guy is at the bottom. You want to talk about two stories, one from Leo Wilson, another from Claire McFarland, about people at the bottom. How did we let this guy go? This is the Facebook comment on this story. This is everybody's comment. Almost everybody. This story posted on the Cowboy State Daily, Leo Wilson, April 25th. And the comments section of the Facebook post of this story is universe. Is slam dunk in concordance with the following. How do we let this guy go? A twice deported man accused of smuggling 18,000 rounds of ammo into the U.S. was caught in Wyoming and skipped his court date. Well, duh. He's been deported twice. Twice he's snuck back into the country. And we finally catch up with this guy again on a traffic stop when we find he's got some traces of drugs in the car. And he's got 18,000 rounds of ammo. I remember initially when Ricardo Quinones, 35-year-old, was caught. I think he was with someone else. I think he had a woman in the car. Or maybe not. But he said his excuse for having that much ammo and 18,000 rounds. Hey, we love our guns in Wyoming. And we love shooting in Wyoming. But I don't know anyone who's driving, you know how long it would take you to fire 18,000 rounds down at the shooting range? A long time, even if you're an avid shooter, even if you're a regular gun-crazed, NRA-toting 18,000. And this wasn't plinking caliber stuff. This wasn't a 22, like, oh, I'm just going to the range to practice, target practice. No, this was high caliber ammo, the kind used like by military. So telling troopers when you're pulled over, you got 36 boxes, each containing 500 rounds of high caliber rifle ammo. Telling troopers, my wife and I I'm just bringing this home. My wife and I like to go to the shooting range. Yeah. No, this is to arm an insurgents. 18,000. The K9 dog that they deployed also detected drugs. There was also handfuls of cash. I mean, we can fill in the blanks here. At least I thought we could. Ricardo Quinones, 35-year-old, we have to say allegedly, carrying 18,000 rounds of ammo, wads of cash, drugs in the car, and the judge lets him out on bond. Oh my, this is a guy that we've already kicked him out of the country twice. We finally got a hold of the guy. How does he get let out on bond? How does ICE not have this dude in a jail cell in Sweetwater County? Where did the bust happen, by the way? If it was Sweetwater County, why isn't he in that brand new ICE? They have a new ICE agreement. They have plenty of jail space. How is he not detained? So aggravating. Carbon County. Carbon County Sheriff's Office. Good job, Carbon County. They're doing their job. Carbon County's doing their job, risking their lives, pulling a guy over who's got more ammo in his car than they have back at headquarters. 18,000 rounds. They arrest him. They get him where he needs to be in jail, and he's let out on bond. Are you kidding me? And guess what? He didn't show up for his bond hearing on Friday. Duh. Well, good luck finding him again. Of course not. He won't show up for his bond hearing. Is this a surprise to the magistrates? Well, there's a warrant out for his arrest. Illegal immigrant from Mexico. Already deported in 2012, deported in 2014, back in the country doing naughty stuff again, allegedly. Last month, U.S. Chief Magistrate Judge Scott Klosterman set Quinones' bond at $20,000 unsecured, meaning he could get out of jail without having to post that money up front. What? I know Trump's really mad at district court judges who are trying to put injunctions on all his executive orders. This guy's writing that list. Are you working for the American people or against them? Judge Klosterman, $20,000 unsecured bond. And he doesn't show up Friday for his bond hearing. And can we get a collective duh? Oh, man. We'll talk about that story more next hour. We got a break. Top of the hour news. Frustrating news. We caught him and we let him go. News next. See you on the other side. Cowboy State Daily Show continues.
Time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. An Air Force member is wanted by the federal government on claims he fled child pornography-related criminal prosecution. 27-year-old Airman First Class Brandon Standifer was last seen April 19th outside the arrivals section of Bozeman-Yellowstone International Airport. That's according to a statement marked urgent that was sent to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland by the Wyoming Division of Criminal Investigation.
So federal authorities call it CSAM, child sex abuse material. The statement said that the airman was facing allegations related to that material and fled his post, was declared a deserter, and was last seen at the Bozeman airport. They say they have indications that he wants to kill himself in nature.
The Air Force Office of Special Investigations is investigating the matter along with the U.S. Marshals Service and various federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies. Nearly a year after a University of Wyoming arts instructor disappeared on a mountain bike ride, there are still no clues as to what might have happened to him. Nash Quinn is believed to have left his home sometime in mid-July of last year, never to return. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that despite massive searches encompassing more than 70,000 acres of area, no trace of him has been found.
That is not like Nash to be irresponsible when it comes to work. The people I spoke to described him as being somewhat of an introvert who might go off the radar for a few days, but certainly would never blow off a work obligation.
Though there are no new updates in Quinn's case, the Laramie Police Department is still actively investigating and urges residents to look for any clues, particularly his white bicycle, or any signs of Quinn in the Pilot Hill, Rogers Canyon, and Happy Jack recreational areas where he was known to ride. The Trump administration is pulling out all the stops to drill, baby, drill in a push for more oil and gas drilling on public land. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that low oil prices have producers in Wyoming wanting to instead chill, baby, chill in an attempt to boost the market.
We've all heard the phrase drill, baby, drill. It's become a political rallying cry for oil and gas industry wanting to cut the red tape of the federal government permitting new wells. That's been an ongoing argument for a long time. The Trump administration has stepped in and tried to accelerate things, saying that it's going to cut what used to take a year down to 14 days and what used to take 2 years to 28 days. And so there's clearly pent-up frustration in the industry. But is there pent-up demand for more oil? Because the price per barrel of oil is around $65, that doesn't inspire a lot of new development of oil fields.
This month, the U.S. Energy Information Administration predicted the price of oil will continue to dip by about 1.5% over the next year. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
With the 250th anniversary of the Battle of Bunker Hill in less than 2 months and of America's founding coming up next year, history buffs will be looking for places to see legendary artifacts of the American Revolution. And Wyoming is home to one of the most legendary artifacts of the Revolution, the musket that fired the first shot at the Battle of Bunker Hill. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the relic is housed at the National Museum of Military Vehicles in Du Bois, owned by Dan Starks.
General said, "Don't shoot until you see the white of their eyes." Regardless of the reason, somebody didn't follow the order. Somebody fired a shot at a British officer at 54 yards away and started the battle prematurely. We didn't win that battle, right? But we did so well. We shocked the British. We killed over 1,000 of their men with poorly trained troops, poorly equipped troops who didn't know what they were doing, who were so undisciplined that they didn't even follow their commander's orders. It was kind of a morale boost.
Starks paid nearly $500,000 for the musket, which is housed at the museum's Unknown Soldiers Weapons Vault. There are around 300 firearms in the vault, but the musket from the Battle of Bunker Hill is particularly special and is the first weapon visitors to the museum see as they enter the vault. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Some people judge a book by its cover, and if you're not what people are looking for, you're kind of like a reject.
At school, it feels like everyone's staring at me, and I'm just kind of not really a person.
Sometimes I can't believe that you could be proud of me if I'm not proud of myself.
It just was hard today. Nobody was listening to me.
Think of our best times together. Let's do more of that.
Try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at soundidouttogether.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday into the Zoom room. David Madison just finishing up this topic we were working on last hour because we did give feedback to the studio hotline. Thanks for the text message. Why in the hell did they let him get out of jail in Carbon County? Completely stupid on the part of judicial departments being woke. I don't know if it was a case of wokeness, but Judge Klosterman, next time he's up for retention or not, how do you let a two-time Mexican immigrant who's been kicked out of the country twice, back in, caught with 18,000 rounds of high-precision ammo, wads of cash, and cocaine, and you just say, $20,000 bond, and he doesn't even have to post the cash up front. Oh, he's good for it. Yeah. He's good to show up Friday for the bond hearing? Nope. The biggest duh ever, right, David? Or am I reading this wrong? Come on.
Yeah, I can see why people are up in arms.
And the Carbon County Sheriff's Office doing their job. I mean, that's not the safest pullover of somebody. These guys, they're putting their lives on the line every day. This dude, he's a bad guy, allegedly. And they put him in jail and the judge lets him out. What did you follow the NFL draft over the weekend?
Oh, just a little bit. The Shedeur Sanders, Willie Won't question was lingering. I guess the Browns picked him up. But No, I've been sort of wrapped up in NBA
Oh, is that right? What are they? Oh, playoffs. I'm not.
playoff.
I'm hockey. See, I'm all hockey, and you're NBA. What's happening? Is LeBron crying about getting fouled?
He's having a hard time. Yeah, I'm pulling for the Bucks. I just love that team. It's such a small town, small market underdog. The Green Bay Packers of the NBA.
Yeah. I went through a period where, I don't follow basketball. If I had a team, I guess it would be, somebody back from New York, the Knicks or something. But Milwaukee Bucks, I kind of liked them back when they had a little bit of success. It wasn't that long ago.
Yeah, they've got the Greek Freak, man. He's amazing.
Huh. Well, all right. Good luck. Are you still in it?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think they lost last night. I had it on in the background.
Okay.
Yeah, is it snowing down there in Jackson?
Yeah, we're getting snow.
I bet.
I know. I just I don't get it, but that's Wyoming. Yeah, a little bit of snow this morning. Donde's fault. We know who to blame. Your story about the price of oil and gas. Yeah, I totally see that. It makes financial sense. Careful what you wish for category, I guess. You finally get a president that's pro-energy, domestic energy. He cuts a lot of red tape for oil and gas producers or extractors. And he says, all right, go, ready, set, go. And they say, hold on, crude oil's at like $67 a barrel on close Friday. Just not worth it yet to drill, baby, drill.
Yeah, it's an interesting collision of circumstance where industry in Wyoming certainly been waiting to cut through some red tape to get wells permitted. Same time, conservation groups are waving their arms and saying, "Pump the brakes. We need the National Environmental Policy Act." And so that's an old debate. What's renewed is this drumbeat from Washington, and it just hasn't lined up according to the sources I've seen over the last few weeks. That story was kind of building over the last few weeks, me watching different trends emerge. And yeah, it's the market basically hasn't caught up to the Trump era enthusiasm. And that's something that's out of a policymaker's hands, what the price of something is. And so we'll keep following. It's definitely not going away. I think that we have a good case study coming up with the BLM doing this. There's a public comment period going on right now, and then a sale will be up in September. And I think that will be the first test case of, okay, is this policy really being enacted on the ground in Wyoming, and is it leading to the kind of results that the industry hopes it will? We'll see. It's something to watch day by day.
Well, when you're not following the Milwaukee Bucks, we're glad to have you following this because yes, Trump is done away with supposedly a lot of red tape, NEPA, and all the things you need to go through the hoops to get oil and gas leases. So I'm thinking maybe in preparation for drill, baby drill, these oil and gas companies will at least start take advantage of that political way being kind of smoothed and will now obtain oil and gas leases. And maybe the drill won't start. Maybe we're holding off on actual oil production. In your story, you said as long as crude is at, mid $60 where it is, it's not worth it to start the drill bit. But when you get up to more like mid 80s and up at dollars a barrel, then it starts making sense. So maybe you start getting ready, the framework, if you're oil and gas, we're getting encouraged, and then you wait until it looks better in the financial markets. I don't know.
And there's a lot of permits in the system.
Okay.
That companies in Wyoming are hoping will finally move forward. And, I think that's, so it is, there's a huge lag, multiple year lag between permitting and drilling often. And the market drives it. We shall see. Yeah.
Well, maybe for Wyoming's zero landscapers who want a lawn that's easy to care for, they can turn to soapweed. What the heck? Is yucca really all that?
Well, look, I have to confess that I have an obsession with yucca. I'm
Oh.
growing 4 of them in pots in my little greenhouse in my house. And yeah, I'm just a huge fan of native plants in general, and this one might be my favorite. It's, it feels exotic. It looks like something from the Sonoran Desert, and it shoots up this amazing inflorescence, this massive white flower. It relies on a particular species of yucca moth that has a really complicated life cycle that's tied up with the flower. And there's a guy down the road from me in Bozeman who's got about 5 of them in his front yard, and he ripped out his lawn. It's all rocks, and he has these huge yuccas. And I've been watching him grow for years. And so last year I went and finally found some at a nursery. I put one in the ground. It's not doing that great. The others are in pots, and I'll see how they do this summer. I might put them in the ground this year, but I might wait. My wife is a little dubious. She doesn't really like the prickly nature. She's worried she's going to get poked if I put them in the yard and they get too big. But I think you can strategically place them. Maybe you might keep deer out. And then, like I said, you can't beat the flower. I mean, it is like 4 feet tall and just an amazing deal.
They
so, yeah,
do.
I can talk.
They do look pretty cool when they bloom, but I think first explain, is yucca native to Wyoming? Like, does it do well here? And I think it blooms not every year because Wyoming's a little colder. You'll get a bloom, every 2-3 years?
I think that's typical wherever they grow.
Okay.
And there's some plants like this that will only they'll only bloom once in their life.
Mm.
They kind of like all leads up to this big moment of reproduction. But the plants that I bought actually came from Canada, which sounds counterintuitive, right? But they grow up, into the prairies of Saskatchewan and, dry grasslands. And they really, I think the life cycle, I mean, I might be just reading into this, but from listening to this guy who led this research in Nebraska, that they relied, the bison would come along and eat their taproot, and that kept them from totally taking over a landscape. So ranchers, they've gotten a bad name with ranchers because they'll get out there in the pasture and make for bad pasture, and they're hard to uproot because the taproot is so deep. But anyway, they support all kinds of life, nesting, the seeds, and I just think they're cool looking. That's really it. I can, since the pandemic, I have just really fallen for native plants, and I've got some other favorites, just sagebrush and rabbit brush. All good recommendations for folks trying to get away from the water bill and plant something that's beautiful and hardy.
Yeah, it's an alternative, a different idea for those of you landscaping who've tried to. It's so hard to keep grass alive for me in Wyoming, especially in some of the more drought areas. Maybe yucca makes sense for you. It does for David Madison. It can be a little prickly, so I don't know if everybody's on board. And why does it get the nickname soapweed?
You can. I can't remember the name of the chemical. There's a type of chemical in the compound that's in the root, and so you can pull the root out and smash it, and it gets that viscous kind of soapiness. So yeah, it was your bar of soap on the prairie back in the day when you lived in the sod house.
Huh. Yeah, I guess when the wife says, "Whew, you're smelling pretty ripe. You better get into the yucca."
Go bang some yucca root on a rock and get going.
Get into the bathroom with that yucca plant and do something about that. Yeah, they got problems in Yoder with fracking sand. Fracking. I understand the technology has made for some incredible advances, and we're able to get oil out of the ground that we never thought possible. But there's so many things associated with it that I'm worried about. Hydraulic fracturing, like shoving chemicals and water into the ground and forcing up. I'm worried about the water table, and I'm worried about, I guess, I have another worry, the fracking sand, which drifts like snow across Yoder. The mayor's done with it.
Yeah, I was picking up on some reporting from our staff at Cowboy State Daily. We've covered this over the years, and Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality has stepped up for a second time and said, "Hey, we need to really monitor these the sand coming off of this plant. It sounds like they're really busy. There must be a very large demand for this type of sand." But the mayor, he was pretty down. You know, it was a pretty low energy interview. He was kind of worn out, and he was sad too because his neighbor, his friend, had to leave town because he was having such bad respiratory response to this sand blowing in. And yeah, I mean, anyone who has dogs this time of year, you know, that they bring in the dirt. It's the mud season. Just imagine if it was the sand season all year round. And anyway, so we'll be watching it. We'll see how the enforcement, I guess, process works out for the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality, and I hope that they find some kind of resolution, some kind of balance where you can have this great job generating industry in a little town in Goshen County, but also not bury the town in sand.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
Yeah, that's a tough situation there.
Yeah, Yoder, Wyoming's already hard to find, but if it's buried in a sand dune, that could be a real problem. This Goshen County fracking sand processing facility has been in Dutch with, as they say, with the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality before. This is the second time now that DEQ has told Western Pro Pants to get it together with this sand that just kind of drifts off their facility. So they're not actually fracking, but they're creating sand that's used in the cocktail mixture that's used in fracking. And, it could be a win-win story for Wyoming. Here's a little, Wyoming-based making fracking sand. But yeah, if you can't keep your frack together, what the frack if your sand is getting,
I'll add that I got a note from the Department of Environmental Quality over the weekend, and they wanted me to mention that they've held some recent community meetings there in Yoder, and they're optimistic about next steps and studying the situation. So yeah, they wanted to make underline their involvement.
Okay. Well, hopefully you can mitigate this. I mean, it shouldn't be that hard. Keep your sand where it belongs and instead of blowing all over Yoder. Okay, David. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Good luck to go Bucks.
Go Bucks.
All right, buddy. That's David Madison with a few stories. The Cowboy State Daily. Interesting. Oil and gas producers in Wyoming are all excited about drill, baby, drill. Sort of. They're worried about the market currently. Crude oil trading for a dismally low $67 a barrel has Wyoming oil and gas producers saying, chill, baby, chill. We love that you cut a lot of red tape, but we're not ready to jump in full force with oil and gas production. Not yet. It's just not worth it. Maybe the yucca plant is what you need in your front yard, backyard. Is it the new trend of xeriscaping in Wyoming? The yucca plant. David's all about the soap weed. Learn more than you ever possibly needed to know about yucca in David Madison's latest story. And then read about how Yoder, the mayor of Yoder, is saying his town is struggling with a nearby sand fracking facility. They make fracking sand, and sometimes the Wyoming wind will blow that sand all over Yoder, and it's not good for anybody when that happens. David Madison has those stories. More coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. After this quick break, we'll be right back with you. Sally Ann Shermer awaits. We'll talk NFL draft and other stuff after these.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Back in studio on this Monday, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Going to talk sports and other stuff with Sally Ann Shermer momentarily. She'll join the show, and I know we're going to cover the NFL draft. It was big news over the weekend. I'm sure Sally Ann was watching. There's other news in sports close to home in Laramie, University of Wyoming. Just had our spring football game. Heard from Coach Jay Sawvell about what he thinks early assessments of the team. Looks like we've identified a starting quarterback. We're going to need a complete new secondary. All the corners and safeties gone. Hit the transfer portal. There's not one returning member of the secondary for the Cowboys. That's not very positive news. Wide receivers, I think Coach Sawvell said there was like zero leadership in the room last year, but hopes this year is going to be better. A lot of needs in Wyoming for football, but some positives that come out of the spring game. Positives in the wrestling world at University of Wyoming as well. Over the weekend, UW rodeo team did a little rodeoing. I still don't see results of that. And I'm not sure why UW's dropping the ball on that. The Laramie River Rendezvous was last weekend, and University of Wyoming sent their rodeo team to compete in Casper. 2 squads competed. So, yeah, I don't know what happened in that. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the annual Laramie River Rendezvous Rodeo took place. That's a big rodeo, and I don't know. I'm just sure our cowboys and cowgirls excelled, but I'm not positive. Don't know. I don't have any results from that. Sally Ann, she's normally very punctual. I'm worried that we are not getting our usual call, because we're going to talk about, well, first let me go back to this Pinedale wrestler, Cody Phelps. Sometimes the transfer portal works. Rarely for smaller schools does it work for anything positive. Transfer portal has caused many Wyoming Cowboy football players to leave the program. It's caused some basketball players to depart. But in the case of wrestling, the Cowboys wrestling team, Wyoming still has one of the better wrestling programs in the nation. And here the transfer portal actually works, because we get one kid coming home. And I'm excited to welcome home the prodigal son of wrestling, Cody Phelps, one of Wyoming's most accomplished wrestlers in recent years, Pinedale native. He went from Pinedale and went to redshirt at Michigan State last season. He spent 1 season there. And redshirting, I'm assuming that he did not wrestle at all, or wrestled infrequently enough to be redshirted. So he's still eligible for 4 years of college. I think Phelps, he went to community college first and then redshirted. So he should be a junior now. And he's got 2 years left of eligibility. But after 1 year at Michigan State, Cody Phelps said, you know what? I'm coming home. I want to come home to my Wyoming Cowboys. Yeah, I love that. And he announced that he will be coming to Wyoming for his final 2 years of eligibility. Cody Phelps, Pinedale wrestler, heading back to Wyoming, and he's going to join the UW wrestling team. Love it. That's good news. Sally Ann, did she text? And no, I don't have a text from her either. I don't know. Well, it's so unusual of her not to make the scene. I'm worried. She had the hip replacement. Could be that she's not able to get to the phone. I don't know. But we were going to talk about the NFL draft over the weekend, and the whole news of the draft. I mean, depending on what NFL team is your favorite and how you think your team drafted, that's your number one news, I guess. But for anybody following any team, the big news, the drama concerning the NFL draft was how far Shedeur Sanders slipped in the draft. For those of you non-football people, let's just say that this was a standout quarterback in college for 2 years at CU, Colorado University. He certainly performed and put up numbers that would indicate that this guy should probably be drafted by some NFL team needing a quarterback in the first round. Within the first 30 or so picks, certainly by the second round, Shedeur Sanders should be chosen by some NFL team. And over the weekend, we watched live the draft, and Shedeur's name was not called in the first round, nor the second, nor the third, nor the fourth. And as he continued to stay on the board of draftable players, ESPN analysts just couldn't believe it. including Mel Kiper Jr., longtime ESPN draft analyst. He could not hide his disgust during the ESPN. And some folks are critical of ESPN's coverage of the draft, saying they made way too much of the Shedeur Sanders thing. Instead of announcing, what great news that the Saints have chosen so-and-so, they just, with every selection, it seemed the ESPN guys were like, I can't believe this pick wasn't Shedeur Sanders. Like, they could not stop talking about Sanders and how he was not chosen, pick after pick, until Mel Kiper Jr. just went off, got in an on-the-air argument with fellow analyst Louis Riddick. Those two just argued about it on day 3 of the draft. And finally, Mel Kiper Jr. wasn't the only one, but the ESPN analysts were saying, how is this guy not getting picked? And I've heard every explanation given, from NFL owner collusion to racism. There's an article out today that wants to blame it on racism, even though 80% of the guys drafted in front of him were black, even though ownership in the NFL represents numerous black individuals. So is it racism? I saw an article today saying, obviously, America still has a problem with a confident black man. Shedeur Sanders has definitely not lacking in confidence. He's got swag, a lot of swagger. He's said things like, hey, if you're not looking for radical change in your organization, if you're not looking for someone to come in and turn it upside down, then don't draft me. Alleging that that's what he'll do. He'll be a game changer. He'll completely change how you think as an organization. Well, I don't know if that's what you want. Even if you're an NFL team that isn't playing well of late, do you want someone to come in who's going to rewrite your whole history? Yeah, if you're the New York Giants, times haven't been so good. Shedeur Sanders is thinking, so if you draft me, I'm going to game changer. I'm going to disrupt the whole thing. The Giants, by the way, passed on Sanders. Not once, not twice, not three, wanted nothing to do with him. Apparently it was over an interview with the organization that did not go well. There's talk now today that Shedeur Sanders purposely tanked the interview because he didn't want to play in New York. Don't know whether there's any truth to that, but Brian Daboll, coach of the Giants, said he did not interview well. It did not go well. He was asked to watch a video presentation and do a little pre-interview homework, and he didn't do it. He didn't watch it. He came in totally unprepared, said Coach Daboll. And yeah, we got a bad feeling about it. And the Giants weren't the only team to say Sanders did not interview well with him. So word got around in the NFL that he wasn't a team player. He was a me first guy. So ESPN, Mel Kiper Jr., if you want to bang your head against the wall and say it was terrible, why wasn't Sanders drafted earlier? How did he keep falling? It's simple, Mel. He's a cancer, perceived cancer. And it's not about game film on him. It's about the things he's done. Had his number retired by the Colorado University. Mostly his dad's doing, likely. His number retired. Is he that great? Heisman Trophy winner? Did he bring this team a championship? Nope. And he had his number retired. That smacks of me. His dad, Deion Sanders, also represents him as an agent. More than a year ago, said, here are the teams that Shedeur is not going to play for. Oh, that's arrogance. In other words, yeah, he's never going to be, he's not going to play for the Cleveland Browns, the team that drafted him, by the way. So you got your dad a year out saying he's not going to play for these following teams. That's attitude. When it came time for to play in the Senior Bowl, A game where top seniors in college, collegiate level, show off for the scouts. Shedeur Sanders skipped it. He said, you got enough tape on me. I'm not playing. When it came time for the NFL Combine, where you find out how fast guys can run, how high they can jump, and you ask quarterbacks to throw some routes, Shedeur said, I'll pass. No thanks. Didn't participate. What do these things tell you if you're a GM, if you're an NFL team owner? What do these things tell you? I'm more important than the team. It's me. It's I. I put the I in team. So NFL teams are not just looking for a guy who can throw a football. They want a guy who's going to fit, a guy who's coachable. And Shedeur Sanders has given no indication he's that guy. Fellow analyst Louis Riddick got into it with Mel Kiper right on the air at ESPN. And Mel Kiper's like, is this guy not good enough for you? Is he not tough enough? And Riddick said, it's not about can you play the position. Louis Riddick is absolutely right. He told Mel, it's not about whether you can play the position. This is about, do we want you to play the position for us? That's exactly right. GMs were not making the decision that Shedeur Sanders was not a good quarterback. They were making the decision that Shedeur Sanders was not going to be a good quarterback in their organization. Duh. This guy's a problem because of his ego. And he may go on to be a great quarterback, but I could understand why he fell in the draft, why he slipped in the draft. I don't think it was collusion by owners and GMs. I certainly don't think it was racism. I think it was the bad taste Shedeur Sanders gives you, mostly because of his father's influence. Look at his brother, Shiloh Sanders. Shiloh also played for Colorado University. He was drafted. And when he was drafted, that day he was drafted, he said, I'm firing my dad as my agent. He fired his own dad, Deion Sanders, primetime. His dad is larger than life, and unfortunately, his dad thinks he's larger than life and football. And Shiloh hosted a Twitch live stream Saturday once he found out he was drafted, and he said, he made the disclosure on that live stream that he had fired his dad as his agent. His dad was representing him and his brother Shedeur. Shiloh said, Dad was our agent, but that hasn't been working out too good, he said. So today I had to sign with another agent. But you got your own son who's saying, Dad, you're not helping, you're hurting. Shiloh said it. Shedeur has not said that, but it's basically the truth. Anyway, it's all the stuff that I wanted to talk to Sally Ann Shermer about, but Sally Ann not making the scene on this Monday. No wonder. Oh, okay. Sally Ann says, sorry, my phone is misbehaving. Set my alarm. Okay. Understandable. I'm just glad you're okay. She's having phone problems. But Sally Ann likely would have said the following. You're right, Jake. You're absolutely right. She always agrees with me on sports. Pretty much. And I don't know why this is a surprise to anybody that Shedeur Sanders kept sinking. And then it becomes a point where, he's not taken in the third. You get to the fourth round. Now you don't want to be the team that takes him. Now you don't want to be that team. You're like, oh, we see the writing on the wall. Everybody's avoiding him. And why the Cleveland Browns took him is a real head scratcher. They already have 4. This is the 5th quarterback now they'll have on the team. They've already got a couple of rookies. In fact, they drafted a rookie ahead of him that everybody said, no, it's not going to go. They drafted a college kid ahead of him that was a head scratch. I don't know what the Browns are doing. Andrew Rossi will be on the show tomorrow. Andrew's a Cleveland Browns fan. We'll ask Andrew, what is that team doing? No, Andrew's on Wednesday. So we'll save it for Wednesday. Andrew, what are your Cleveland Browns doing? Why did you draft Sadir Sanders after you already passed on him in earlier rounds? I guess it got to the point where Cleveland's like, I can't believe this guy's still available. What the heck? Let's take a flyer on him. Anyway, enough talk about the NFL draft. I understand there's a lot of people out there that aren't as NFL crazed as the rest of us. There's plenty of other things to discuss in the Cowboy State Daily. Some very interesting stories over the weekend. How about Claire's story about feds accused of gunning down coyotes on tribal land on the reservation? And the federal agency that's being accused of shooting coyotes from helicopters close to bison, and all this made the Eastern Shoshone tribe kind of upset. But I'll tell you right now, Eastern Shoshone tribe, you're not going to get anywhere pointing a finger at wildlife services. I've tried, political journalists have tried, high-ranking political people have tried. This is the most mysterious agency that works for you, your U.S. government. We'll talk about wildlife services and allegedly gunning down coyotes on tribal land, which is not okay, and why wildlife services is going to get away with it, because they do whatever they want. That's next after this quick break.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, Monday edition. Sally Ann's got phone problems, but she's going to join us later. Okay, good. We'll talk then. Talk then, Sally Ann. Stoney chimes in on the Facebook Live, says, great radio show. Thanks so much for your reporting. Much appreciated. Much appreciated you tuning in, Stoney. Thanks for the compliment. Patricia says, I wouldn't waste my calories on that food. What food were we talking about? I can't remember. I don't know what food we were talking about, Patricia. So, this story from Claire McFarland. Claire has a breaking news story, by the way. She must never sleep. She's got this story about a shooting in downtown Casper resulting in one suspected burglar dead. This happened just after midnight this morning, today, and the news already out in the Cowboy State Daily. Breaking news been out for a couple of hours. About 36 minutes after midnight Monday, Casper Police Department officers responded to a report of a residential burglary in progress, South McKinley Street. CPD Captain Jeremy Tremmel released info with, we don't have any names yet, but it was reported an armed individual was inside a residence. Officers arrived, encountered the subject who was armed with a firearm. During the encounter, shots were fired, shots exchanged. And later, after receiving, taken to Wyoming Medical Center for treatment, later pronounced dead. No ongoing threat to the public. Chief of Police has not released any IDs or names yet, but one suspected residential burglar, house burglary, shot dead early this morning, Casper. Claire McFarland with the breaking news. Claire also has this story about the Eastern Shoshone tribe. Wednesday, accused of federal agency of gunning coyotes from a helicopter very near a bison herd. This was done on tribal land without tribal permission, so says the Eastern Shoshone tribe. In response, the agency in question, which is an agency of the USDA called Wildlife Services, they sent a cryptic comment saying the tribe's claim it contains misinformation. This is so very typical of USDA's Wildlife Services. And, you know, maybe I can be accused of having it out for this agency a little bit because I have butted heads with this same agency, Wildlife Services. It's a very secretive, cryptic, secretive agency in the USDA. So secretive and so protected. Many of your own U.S. senators don't know anything about them and have run into the same problems with communicating with them. I've talked to more than one U.S. senator, and you would think, you know, the U.S. Senate, those are pretty high-ranking dudes. If they felt like it, they could call you before them in a Senate hearing, right? They could make you testify before Congress if they wanted to. If they wanted answers, they would call you in and said, sit you down and say, what's going on? Yet they've never had USDA's Wildlife Services sit on the hot seat ever, and they never will. Because I guarantee you, whenever they go poking around and asking about it, somebody higher ranked than them says, no, you don't want to do that. Well, I want to talk to Wildlife Services and ask them about what they're doing. They're alleged to be shooting all these wolves and coyotes and gunning them out. I want to talk to them. No, you don't want to do that. That word comes down from some mysterious person in Washington, D.C., because nobody's ever held this agency to task. Nobody knows much about them. If you try to contact them, you won't get anything. You'll get this, the following email, which this tribe got, which Claire McFarland reads, and the email is not very descriptive of anything. USDA Wildlife Services responded to Cowboy State Daily's request for comment, which is a surprise in itself. I'll congratulate the agency for doing that much, because usually Wildlife Services gives you the brush off. They don't feel inclined to respond to anything. The agency did not respond to follow-up questions at all, promising to provide more info later. They never will, I can tell you that. I better go into the room. I'm going into the room.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily represent those of Cowboy State Daily's reporters, editorial staff, or ownership.
I did a story years ago on wolves and coyotes, and particularly coyotes, how to maintain a population of coyotes, or whether we just want to completely eradicate them. I know ranchers in Wyoming just want every coyote gone and dead. And they take up arms. We take up, like there's coyote killing contests. The coyote's enemy number one in the state of Wyoming. We know that. It's also shot and killed by your U.S. government. Any rancher in Wyoming pretty much can call a hotline. I don't know what the number is, but you can complain and you can get the USDA to send federal agents, armed federal agents whose job is to kill coyotes. That's it. They'll gun them out of helicopters. They'll trap them. They'll blow them up. They'll do whatever they need to do. When I did this story years ago, I found one USDA Wildlife Services agent that was accused of trapping coyotes. And while they were still alive, caught in a trap, he had his dogs finish them off. Just gruesome, rather than dispatch them humanely. Now that's runs counter to what the agency wants to do. They do admit that they kill wildlife on behalf of landowners. And in that case, this was probably one bad egg. But Wildlife Services would not disclose info about the guy. They would not disclose what they did with him. Was he fired? They wouldn't say anything. They never say anything. And when I asked politicians, I went all the way up to U.S. senators in Wyoming, and I said, what's with this agency? USDA Wildlife Services. They do whatever they want, and they don't have to answer to anyone? And this basically everybody I talked to in government said, yep. I've tried to contact them. I'm a U.S. senator. I tried to contact them, and I don't know who to talk to. I've been given the runaround, and I've been told the agency doesn't exist. I've been told all kinds of things. Nobody can talk with USDA's Wildlife Services. It is a rogue, in my opinion, a rogue agency within USDA. Certainly, it's mysterious, cloaked in mystery. Go try to find out anything about this agency. Here's the email that Claire got from Wildlife Services regarding allegations from the tribe that they heard shots fired on their land very near bison. They're like, what the heck's going on? Shots were fired from a helicopter? Coyote massacre going on from the air? And the Shoshone tribe complained. They said, this ain't right. You guys don't have permission to do this. The response from Tanya Espinosa, spokeswoman for Wildlife Services, said, quote, USDA's Wildlife Services respects the tribe's sovereignty and does not conduct operations on tribal lands without permission. So that's first sentence is complete denial that it ever happened. We respect their sovereignty and we don't conduct operations on tribal lands without permission. So in other words, that's not what they were doing. This never happened. That just sounds like wildlife. This did not happen. Further, Wildlife Services says we are working with the tribe regarding the misinformation. In other words, you're wrong. And we can provide additional information at a later date if you like. They never will. You watch. You'll never hear another word about it because they count on everybody forgetting. Claire McFarland's story, mostly my opinion on it, regarding the Eastern Shoshone tribe saying some federal agency is out there gunning coyotes down on our land very near bison, and we can't get any answers. And Claire McFarland can't either, and nobody will get answers from USDA's Wildlife Services. And if they're listening to this show, they're probably coming off me at some point. Andy says, unfortunately, I think we're all stuck on that clown train. What clown train? What are people commenting on? Are they watching this show and just randomly spouting off on things? Because that's my job. My job is to randomly spout off on things in a non sequitur fashion that nobody can possibly follow. I can't follow the thread of feedback here. Unfortunately, I think we're all stuck on that clown train. What clown train? Maybe I'm just going to have to stop reading feedback if it doesn't make sense to me. Maybe. I don't know. But I'm glad that we do have feedback. We got feedback from our message from our listeners who have texted. Yeah, one of them was saying, how could that judge let that dude go in Carbon County? We talked about that earlier. We might have to bring it up again. So much to cover, though, on a Monday. Weekend's worth of stories, weekend's worth of news out there, and we got to get to it all. We'll try to anyway on this Monday. But we got to take a break. Pause for the cause. It's top of the hour, and that's when we decide to take our breaks, do a little rest. News for many of you coming up top of the hour. We'll be back after that with all the stuff we haven't got to. Rodeo Roadshow, this day in history. And this day, by the way, is National Blueberry Pie Day, so feel free.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. When a Newburgh, Oregon police officer started his night shift Wednesday last week, he had no idea he'd spend 5 hours on the phone with a barricaded man 1,000 miles away in Riverton. Newburgh resident Melissa Ware had found herself on a frightening video call with her cousin, Ron Allington, who had locked himself into a house with a knife and a BB gun after police had come to arrest him on an outstanding warrant. Ware told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that the Newburgh police, tipped off by the Natrona County Sheriff's Department, had sent Officer Jeremy Pylan to support Ware in her hours-long attempt to reason with her cousin.
And she just off the cuff goes, "Do you want to talk to Officer Pilone?" And he's like, "No, I'm not a trained negotiator." And too late, she handed the phone over. He ends up talking to Natrona County crisis negotiators at the same time. So he's feeding his phone call with Allington into those negotiators, and they're texting him onto more phones. And so it's just this giant collaborative marathon that lasts 5 hours.
After the standoff finally ended, Allington was arrested without further incident. He faces 2 counts of aggravated assault, 1 count of possessing a deadly weapon with unlawful intent, 1 count of reckless endangering, and police interference. The passing of Pope Francis has invoked a color wheel of emotion for Wyoming's Catholics, a highly diverse group whose approach to the faith can seem as individual as the colored panes of a stained glass mosaic, and yet held fast by ritual and community. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag spoke to several Catholics who reflected on Pope Francis's legacy and the future of the church.
Emotionally, there's sadness, there's hope, there's a sense of concern, there's a sense of gratitude. And then you have really devout people who are practically setting up second residencies in the church pews since Francis's passing, and they are just feeling this moment so deeply.
The coming conclave will see over 130 of the church's cardinals gather in the Sistine Chapel to cast their votes for the next church leader. For now, Wyoming parishioners are praying for Francis and meditating on the example and legacy he leaves behind. Well, for much of the past 4 decades, Casper businessman Mike Reed lived with a left ankle free of pain despite an old ankle injury that required surgery 41 years ago. But a recent diagnosis of osteoarthritis explained that chronic pain that had begun creeping into that joint about 18 months ago. However, Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that a new procedure available in Wyoming has rendered Reed pain-free.
Took about a little over an hour, but what it involves is putting in what's called an embolic, and it blocks the blood from going to the place where there was an injury. But after he had this procedure, he said right away it helped. And right now he says it's like 95% good.
A federally approved research study confirmed that the procedure shows great promise in treating patients with chronic joint pain caused by osteoarthritis. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
And Steve Dahlman didn't think he was the type to go to hell and back for his hobby, yet that's exactly what he did during a recent visit to Casper. Dahlman has traveled across the nation visiting and photographing famous film locations. He told Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi that his recent adventure to Hell's Half Acre, the setting for the 1997 film Starship Troopers, was one of his favorites.
They were attracted to the location because it was so naturally alien and beautiful in its own way. But he did see clear signs of a Hollywood production there. He found shell casings. He found hundreds of nails that were probably removed from sets that they had built in that spot. And he also found giant holes where they had pounded 1-inch thick rebar to build a cave so that they could extract the brain bug out of it, because there are no caves in Hell's Half Acre.
The 320 acres of Hell's Half Acre are part of a 960-acre tract of land owned by Natrona County. It's been closed to the public since 2005, and groups like the Natrona County Outdoor Recreation Collaborative have advocated for reopening the site to outdoor recreation. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella!
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight.
Skylar, come here.
Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. And we're waiting for Dale Killingbeck to join the conversation. Dale's story about a Casper gentleman you should know. Very inspirational story. He's the bike guy, or he's just simply known as Coach. Dennis Arner, 65-year-old, can be seen biking in and around Casper. Find out more about him and what makes Coach so special to his community. Maybe, anyway. don't see Dale. Yeah, Sally Ann missed us this morning, but she had a malfunctioning phone. She's got it together now. She'll pop in here in a little bit. I do not have a note from the doctor for Dale, so I don't know what happened to him. So maybe we move on to another. All right, hold on. The doorbell is ringing. And Dale is here. That's good news. Good deal. Dale Killing back in the room. Dale, what happened? Did the editorial meeting go long? Was Jimmy yelling at everybody?
He wasn't yelling, but we did go long today. It's Monday, Jake. Give us a break, okay?
Yeah, it's Monday. A lot of stuff happened over the weekend. You're right. A lot of news happened, but news never stops. We keep going. I love your story about Dennis Arner, better known as Coach, or better known as that bike guy who rides his bike all around. He's taken a proactive approach to battling MS and dementia. He didn't, when he first got the diagnosis, I don't know that he took the bull by the horns, but he is now. And despite, things that would cripple most of us and cause us not to want to leave our bedroom, he's getting after it, Coach.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's an amazing guy. He decides that after he's battling MS and then he gets this dementia diagnosis 16 years ago, and he just decides to get on a bike and start riding. And he calls it his medicine. Even that, he says, even though it's painful, like he's told me that he can't walk. It's hard to walk with MS, but he can ride a bike all day. And so he's just made that his medicine, and he's made it a mission to go out and make a new friend every day, before he leaves this earth. So really a positive guy, really handling it in a way that probably a lot of us would not.
Well, he doesn't need new friends. He's got an old friend, a long marriage with Carla, and he talked about how, 50% of marriages end in divorce, and 3/4 of them end when you're given a debilitating illness like this. The spouse leaves, but Carla's been with him by his side.
Absolutely. Yeah, she's definitely been and is the anchor and pillar, of their home right now. She has to do everything basically.
Now, go ahead.
I was just going to say, that he understands that too, and he's just all about praising her and thanking her, for the role that she plays now.
Yeah. Well, good. Coaches learn what a lot of husbands have learned. Put her first. Smart idea. He's a longtime coach. He's involved in local sports. In fact, that's how most people know him that's Coach. What's his involvement background there? Does he still go out and watch the local teams play? What's he doing?
I'm not sure about that. I didn't really get into that with him, but I know that, he's out meeting old people that he coached. There's photos of that on his Facebook page, and coaches around town. There's pictures of him with them. But yeah, he spent years in the schools, in the baseball league here in Casper. He started the actual baseball traveling team for kids here in Casper back in the day, and he's coached at the Boys and Girls Club.
I wonder if he knows. I want to say Tom Browning is a Casper guy. Yeah. I wonder if and this goes back a while. Tom Browning was born in Casper. He grew up playing in the Casper, probably for the Casper team, the Oilers. He was born this day in 1960, and he was a big name pitcher for the Royals. I remember him with the Cincinnati Reds. And until the guy from the Mets, Tom Browning is named as like the one of few Wyoming kids to go up and play and get paid a lot of money to play Major League Baseball. I bet the coach knows Tom Browning.
I would think so, because when I went back and looked, just to find his name in old newspapers, he was on a championship Wyoming team back in the day. He pitched, and I don't know what other position he played, but he can't remember any of that. But he was definitely, a pretty good athlete back in the day.
Yeah, the dementia, maybe that's the secret to success in a marriage. You can't remember any of the fights, And Carla, any wife will tell you, you don't listen to me anyway. And you can just say, I can't remember, and everything's all good. I bet he would, though, if he could remember. I bet Tom Browning and he have, 2 degrees of separation. Interesting story. How did you find out about this guy? You run into him yourself?
No, just noticing his Facebook posts on, they're all over and, just look like an interesting guy. So
yeah. Well, maybe one of these days when you see him in the street, you'll say, hey, coach, and you'll know all about him. You'll be able to recount things and he won't remember any of it. He's like, who are you? Yeah. The
amazing thing though, Jake, is that, he's like in and out, like he can talk like just like we're talking right now, but then all of a sudden it just like hits him and he can't remember what he just said. It's just in and out kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, 65 years old. I don't know how much is MS and dementia, but he might be just, I feel you, coach. Sometimes I'm in and out and don't remember stuff. I get it. What else you working on? Anything, Dale?
We've got a shooting here in Casper that happened early this morning. So I'm going to try and get a follow-up on that today.
Yeah, residential break-in, alleged burglary, shots exchanged, and we got one dead. Yeah, we don't know much about beyond that. Trying to put an ID with it. So yeah, stay on that, Dale. Appreciate it. Love your coverage of the Casper foster dad. I know that was a huge story everybody was following. So great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it.
All right. That's Dale Killingback. A story today. Meet Dennis Arner. You know him maybe as coach. You might know him as the guy, the bike guy, the guy in the bike in Casper. Dennis has made it his mission to fight back aggressively against MS and dementia. He and a wife, you need a good woman by your side. He and Carla are going to see it through. And he's going to fight it by getting on the bike. I like that. Dennis, Coach Arner, 65-year-old Casper, is the subject of Dale Killingback's story. Dale is also trying to follow breaking news this morning that Casper Police Department shot and killed a man believed to have broken into a home, residential burglary gone bad. In an exchange of gunfire, no police officers injured, but one dead suspect. We'll find out more when Dale Killingback files additional stories on that. Keep our eye on it. Let's do a little bit of this day in history. It was this day in 1868. Negotiations at Fort Laramie commence with the goal of ending Red Cloud's War. 1868, 1867, and 68 in Wyoming, in that area, just constant battles with Red Cloud and Cowboys and Indians in Wyoming. And negotiations began Fort Laramie this day of ending Red Cloud's War, 1868. On this day, 1903, Governor DeForest Richards died. He was the first Wyoming governor to die in office. Secretary of State Fenimore Chatterton became acting governor until the election the following year. On this day in 1926, Caroline Lockhart was sued for libel. That's just a little trivia bit of news on this day, but Caroline Lockhart is somebody to study and look up. In fact, when Jackie Dorothy is on the show tomorrow, Jackie Dorothy is sort of the Cowboy State Daily historian, say. I am going to ask Jackie if she's ever written about her or knows about her, or basically I'm going to have Jackie write a story about Caroline Lockhart. She's fascinating woman in Wyoming history. She was a partner with Buffalo Bill Cody. She'd done all kinds of stunts. She was a journalist, so She's near and dear to my heart. She knows how to write. But the stuff she did in her life was amazing. In 1895, a 25-year-old Carolyn Lockhart put on a 246-pound diver's suit, twice her size. She climbed over the edge of a tugboat looking out at the Boston Harbor and gave the thumbs up, ready to go, and just jumped off the boat, sunk 20 feet below to a seaweed-covered bottom. She was doing a story, she was doing something with diving. And whatever she did a story on, she liked to experience it herself. She had nerves of steel. She was a stunt woman. She did all kinds of crazy things. She rode a lion. Rode a lion. All kinds of crazy stunts. She was sued for libel. She ended up winning that lawsuit, by the way, over a book she wrote. She wrote numerous articles. She wrote a book. She wrote in 1916. 3 of her books were turned into films, by the way. The Man from Bitter Roots wrote that in 1916. The Fighting Shepherdess. The Man from into films. I'm not sure the relationship with Buffalo Bill Cody, but she hung out with him a whole bunch. She was in legal issues, admitted legal issues in 1925, culminating in a libel lawsuit in 1926. When she was sued, she ended up winning that case. She is a fascinating person. Carolyn Lockhart, if you get a chance, look her up, learn more about her. And I think Jackie Dorothy ought to write her up a little bit. This day, April 28th, 1944, USS Crook County. Named after Crook County, Wyoming, and Crook County, Oregon, was launched on this day. It was a landing ship that landed tanks. Tanks would be aboard this LST-611. USS Crook County, named on this day, finally launched on this day in 1944, obviously saw action in World War II. This day, 1958, minor but perceptible earthquakes occurred in the Yellowstone National Park area. Remember, about a year later, the big one would hit. 1959. This day in 1960 is the birthday of Tom Browning. I was just talking about him with Dale Killingback, former Major League Baseball pitcher with the Kansas City Royals and the Cincinnati Reds. I remember him with the Reds vaguely. He was a pretty important pitcher, one of the most prominent Major League Baseball players to come out of Wyoming, one of the very few. Tom Browning, born in Casper on this day. 1970, the site of a mass celebrated by Father Pierre de Smet in Sublette County is added to the Registry of Historic Places. 1970, on this day, Father Pierre de Smet, who held the mass in Sublette County. Father de Smet got around. He got all over Wyoming, all over the West, but obviously has a lake named for him right outside of Buffalo, where he spent a great amount of time. And on this day, 1970, also added to the National Registry of Historic Places was the site of the Sand Creek Massacre. That was in Colorado. Added this day to the registry in 1970. These things happen on this day in history. Let's take a quick break. We'll come right back into the room with Sally Ann Shermer. We'll talk sports and more right after this. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Kemmer, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Whoops, I didn't mean to turn that off. Whoops, still hitting wrong buttons. We're 5 months into this show and I'm still hitting wrong buttons. That figures. Can't teach an old dog new tricks. Sally Ann Shermer joins the conversation. Cowboy State Daily Show. Sally, you're late.
Sorry, I had phone issues. I'm sure it was operator error. But now I'm sitting in the parking lot of physical therapy waiting to go in and get tortured. So I just have a few minutes, but I'll be happy to say hey on this rainy Monday. Boy, is it raining over here. Holy cow.
Yeah, it's raining. Well, it's more snowing here in Jackson, so, oh well. Who's got it better? Yeah, so, yeah, that cold, wet weather will make you feel a little something in the hip, I bet, but... if you want real aggravation, you could always have be Shadur Sanders and have as your agent prime time, and then wonder why the phone isn't ringing. Oh my goodness, draft day. That's all they talked about over the weekend. What ESPN. I mean, first off, if you did not hear me earlier this morning, if you can verify you did not hear my take on it.
I did not.
Okay, then give me, because I'm pretty sure we're going to be in collusion on this, so to speak. Excuse that term, because, yeah, why is it? If you were an ESPN analyst and you were on the show covering live the draft and you were Mel Kiper Jr. saying, I can't understand why nobody is picking this guy, explain it to Mel why nobody was picking that guy.
Because he's not very good.
Oh!
He's not as good as everybody, as his dad thinks he is, and as the media thinks he is, and the other media thinks he is. And I mean, it was just ridiculous. It was like a circus. And for ESPN to just exploit that was just, I mean, I did not watch ESPN for 5 minutes once the actual draft started because I kind of could guess what was going to happen. And I think the guys on the NFL Network are much more professional and much, much better. So I watched NFL Network for the entire time, but because I'm also addicted to Twitter, I could see what was happening on ESPN as I was watching the NFL Network, and I thought the entire thing was absurd. Now, having said that, as a parent, I felt terrible for Shedeur, absolutely terrible. And I think a lot of this is his making. I mean, you can't be wearing the chains and having the private jets and all that. And then I mean, a lot of that was his own doing. More of it was his dad's doing. But still, your heart has to ache for a kid who thought he was going to be top 5 and falls to 144. I mean, you have to ache for that kid. Having said that, the entire thing was a circus.
Yeah,
the
it was.
entire thing. And I think the worst part was these teams passed over him 4, 5, 6 times. That's the worst thing. I mean, it'd be one thing if the Browns didn't have a pick till pick 144, but they picked 5 guys in front of them, and everybody picked 5 guys in front of them. And so it was like they're looking at the board going, well, I guess we'll take a flyer. I mean, it was just. It was theater of the absurd. It was terrible. I feel sorry for the kids who got drafted while all this was taking place and they never got mentioned. Somebody put out a list of every single kid who got drafted and they never got one mention on ESPN because all they were doing was ranting about Shedeur. And I mean, it's just ridiculous. Then, of course, late last night, Prime comes out and says, I'll be with him at his first meeting with the Browns because I have some ideas of what the quarterback room should be.
Oh, boy.
How's that going to go over? How's that going to go over?
Right.
I mean, you can't do that. You just can't do that. I mean, you can be his coach, in little school and middle school and high school and college, and that's all great. And you can go with it, you can take him with you from Jackson State to CU and all that. That's all dandy. But there's a time when you got to step away as a parent, and that time has passed, long passed. And he's just got to, oh, my gosh. I just feel sorry for Shedeur. I feel sorry for the Browns because they're going to have to deal with all this mess. And, I mean, it's a mess.
Yeah, and some of it was Shedeur's own doing, some of it. But how much was Dad's doing? You're talking about a guy who has given it every indication that he's going to be uncoachable, that he puts me first ahead of team. He's a guy that skipped the Senior Bowl because he said, you got enough tape on me. He's a guy who skipped the combine. He'd be like, you know who I am. He wouldn't. So look at his decisions. You got to, and his father made a list, presumably, of teams that Shedeur would not play for, Cleveland Browns among them. So, and then his own brother, Shiloh, said, fired my dad as my agent because we see how that's working out. So, yeah, a lot of it is his dad's doing, and that's unfortunate for Sanders, but that was a shocker to have him fall that far, and then that's all that ESPN could talk about the whole time.
Absolutely a shocker. Absolutely a shocker. And, there were some great stories in the draft that, of course, also got overshadowed. How about the kid who went back to the green room 3 times before the Packers picked him? That was pretty cool. I mean, that was amazingly cool that he just sat in the green room from Thursday night till Saturday afternoon, and then the Packers picked him right there in Green Bay, and the whole place went crazy. That's a great story. I mean, that's a great story. And there are a lot of great stories. And the list of great stories far outshines, the debacle with Shedeur, but that's all anybody's talking about because, I mean, probably with good reason. I mean, honestly, but it was a draft like none other. I don't ever want to see that happen again. I don't think it will, but I mean, it was just, it was horrible. I mean, it was just horrible.
Yeah, and then one final thing on that, Sally Ann. We're talking to Sally Ann Shermer. One final thing on that note. Do you think, a perceived, maybe he was a perceived poison for a team? Yeah, he reportedly did not interview well with the New York Giants. He was ill prepared. Shedeur would later, there's claims that he did so on purpose because he doesn't want to play for the New York Giants. But word started getting around that this guy didn't interview well, that this guy was this and that, and maybe, to the point where you didn't want to be the team that finally took him. Do you think there was any collusion with GMs, or do you think there was any racism involved, which is an allegation?
Absolutely not. I mean, that is perhaps the most ridiculous thing of all. I mean, it doesn't matter what color you are. If you're not going to play, if you're coming in with all this baggage and you're going to a team that really needs help, I mean, that's the last thing they need is all this extra baggage. And I just think that I think that the guys playing the race cards are ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. And I think that that's the farthest thing from the truth.
All right. Well, there you go. Sally Ann Shermer, final statement. Cody Phelps, the Pinedale wrestler, is coming home. That's good news for UW Wrestling. For finally, the transfer portal works in a good way. Cody was at Michigan State, and then he finally saw the light. Prodigal son returning home. Can't wait for him to get to Laramie.
That's fantastic. That is absolutely fantastic. The spring game apparently went off without a hitch. Not any life-altering injuries. We have a broken arm that's going to be fixed by fall camp apparently, and so now the big story becomes just like there's no off season in college ball anymore either, but these roster limitations on the number of kids, there are going to be cuts made, and people didn't understand last night that this kid entered the portal with 4 years of eligibility left. Well, that's because he was in effect let go, and I hate to say that, but it's the truth. And we're going to see more of that because there are more kids on the roster than the NCAA is going to allow now. So that's all going to be, in play between now and May 26th when summer camp opens. And, it's not going to be fun, but it's the way it is. And so we'll have to be watching for that. And the boys who are on that beat used to have a little bit of an off season, and they have none. So they're going to be right back to work, with consulting with Coach Savell and finding out which kids are going to stick and which kids aren't. And it's just a numbers game, and they're going to get caught in a numbers game. And that's really sad to say, but that's what the NCAA has become. So
yeah, after that spring game, Coach Savell thinks he's got a QB1 identified. Admitted last year's wide receiver core lacked leadership, but thinks that's going to be fixed this time around. But did point to that secondary. They don't return anyone in the secondary thanks to the portal. That's going to be something they have to address.
Exactly. And, in this league, you have to have a strong secondary. So we'll be watching that as well. Hey, Jake, it's been great to be with you, but I got to go to therapy and get tortured. So my surgery is Wednesday, and I'd appreciate folks' good thoughts. The first one went perfectly, and so I expect nothing less for this one, but it is Wednesday, and we'll talk to you next Monday, and I promise I'll get my phone in order, and the operator error I hope will be gone by then as well, okay?
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. That's Sally Ann Shermer, Cowboy State Daily, talking all things. I didn't even have a chance to mention to Sally Ann, today is National Blueberry Pie Day, and I bet she can bake up a mean blueberry pie. Today's also Superhero Day, National Superhero Day. So pick a superhero. Does your superhero wear a cape? Or does your superhero wear tights? Or does your superhero wear a mask? My superhero wears a football helmet and has the number 17 to distinguish himself. Yeah. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk about two famous weapons. One that fired the first shot at Bunker Hill 250 years ago today, Revolutionary War. The other was a fairly newer invention. Instead of the late 1700s, it was the late 1800s this gun was popular. It's called the punt gun, and it's the biggest shotgun you ever seen, man. We'll talk about those things and more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Lots to do yet. Coming right back after these.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust in wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Cowboy State Daily Show. Yeehaw! Let's go to Bunker Hill. Famous battle. The Americans lost. The British won that battle. But it was significant in that it would turn the tide and eventually pave the way for a victory in the Revolutionary War. Even though we lost the battle, won the war, the British encountered such heavy casualties in the Battle of Bunker Hill that they just couldn't recover. Mentally or literally, they couldn't recover. And the Americans, despite losing that battle, here in America, inspired every American with a musket that, hey, maybe we can win this thing against the British. Well, unlike the shot heard round the world, which was considered a shot fired that started the Revolutionary War, this was the first shot of the Bunker Hill battle. And we know that for a fact. There's mystery around the shot heard round the world, so-called shot heard round the world. But thanks to a military tribunal, we are aware of who fired the first shot at Bunker Hill. And it wasn't a nervous soldier. You think it was, this is the battle where the leaders had told all these Minutemen with a musket, which was our military. That was the American military at the time. It was a few veterans of skirmishes past, and then all the rest of them were just renegade Americans who happen to have a musket. Go get your gun and get over here and get ready for a battle. Bunker Hill. The British are coming. And these Americans, you would think the first shot fired was a mistake, right? It was just some nervous kid with his belt like shaking like a leaf as all these redcoats, thousands of them, were marching towards you. Oh man, that is a time for panic. But the American leaders, this was the don't shoot until you see the whites of their eyes. In other words, don't waste your ammo. We don't have very much. Make your shot count. Well, the dude who fired the first shot, who maybe didn't listen, I don't know, but he fired prematurely, but I guess maybe not prematurely, because the dude that fired the first shot was not a nervous Nelly. He was actually pretty good marksman. And that's the reason he said that he fired the first shot. He's like, 54 yards. That's close enough. I got this. One soldier jumped the gun. The reason we know about it today, the soldier, by the way, is John Simpson. And the reason we know about it is because he fired before the command was given. He inspired the very first court-martial. Now, he ended up getting just a slap on the wrist because his shot, I guess, was true. From 54 yards out, Simpson said, I can hit anything from 54 yards out. This is not hard. And he let it rip before the command was given. So he was up for court-martial. It was the very first, there was no real military, and there weren't many rules and protocol. So the very first court-martial case to come before America was the case of John Simpson, who with his own personal rifle, a musket, fired that first shot. During his court-martial, he said, hey, 54 yards out, I got this. The historical data on the shot heard around the world is conflicting, but who fired this shot at Bunker Hill is now well known. It was John Simpson. And Simpson's musket was kept with the family for many, many years. I mean, imagine the Simpson family. It was handed down generation to generation. The musket to fire the first shot of Bunker Hill. Simpson returned home after the court-martial. He was just given a slap on the wrist. The point of the court-martial was education, not punishment, according to Dan Starks, the man that would purchase this firearm. Dan Starks factors into the story here in a minute. But Simpson returned home, took his musket with him, and the bayonet that he had brought to the fight. The relic stayed in his family till 2019. When a family member made the decision to sell the artifact to the highest bidder. Dan Starks, who you may know, he's been in the news quite a bit. He is the founder and owner of the National Museum of Military Vehicles just outside of Du Bois, 8 miles east of Du Bois. Fantastic place if you ever get a chance to visit. So Dan Starks hears of this auction and he said, well, I got to get in on it. Even though he knew, he's like, I know I'm going to pay too much for this. I just know it. And he did pay a lot for it. I think he paid upwards of $500,000 for this musket, the winning bid. He said, Dan Stark told my wife, he said, man, I can't believe this thing is coming up for auction. He told his wife, I'm not going to bid on it because I know it's going to be too expensive. But Starks couldn't help himself. He was already building the Museum of Military Vehicles at the time. And he thought, man, what a piece this would be in that museum. And to this day, Starks tells people the only reason he bought the musket was to keep peace at home. His wife told him, just do it. Go ahead, buy it. Starks paid nearly $500,000, $500,000 for the musket, which is now housed at the museum's Unknown Soldiers Weapons Vault. There's about 300 firearms in total at the vault at this museum outside of Du Bois. It's one of the first things you see when you walk in. You'll see this musket in a showcase. And what a piece of history. John Simpson's musket, the musket that fired the first shot at Bunker Hill, the battle that took the lives of about 1,000 British soldiers, and was considered instrumental in turning the tide in the Revolutionary War. John Simpson fired that shot from 54 yards away. Before the command was given to fire, he said he had it. No problem, 54 yards, I got this. Interesting story in the Cowboy State Daily. Renee Jean has that story fascinating. Learn why one of the more famous firearms in U.S. history is in a museum in little old Du Bois, Wyoming. How about this gun? It would make that musket look like a pop gun, make it look like a BB gun. This is the punt gun, one of the largest waterborne cannons ever produced, one of the largest shotguns ever produced. I have to, for those of you listening on radio who are not seeing the visual, you got to go look at the story just to see a photograph of this gun. That no one guy could handle this. It's a two-man job firing this shotgun. And why would anybody need a gun this big? You would think, oh, you needed to shoot elephants, right? This is an elephant gun. No, you need to shoot little old birds. Ducks on a pond. These punt guns, who took their name from the highly maneuverable boats they were often attached to or on, old-time punt gun, P-U-N-T, punt. Shotguns come in a variety of sizes, from the 410 to the 10 gauge to big shotguns, but nothing was ever this big. 10 feet long, 200 pounds, and they had one purpose, punt guns, and that was to kill as many birds as possible with one shot, sometimes entire flocks in a single blast. Punt guns, they were all the thing, I guess, back in the 1800s. Many states, some states anyway, had banned the gun as far back as 1860, according to Boone and Crockett Club. Many states saying they didn't make hunting fair. Banned in 1860. By 1918, federal ban against punt guns was enacted as the age of massacring waterfowl with punt guns had ended by 1918. Not only waterfowl, but these guns were used to shoot passenger pigeons out of the air. There was a time in this nation, I guess, when passenger pigeons were so thick they blot out the sun. And these guns, can you imagine how many pigeons they brought down in one shot? I can't imagine. I can't imagine even shooting these things. I mean, the kick on this gun, you'd need two guys minimum, and they better be strong. But there were tales of the sky being black with passenger pigeons back in the day. Easterners in particular had a taste for them for dinner, and it became popular to just gun them with these punt guns. The last known passenger pigeon died in captivity in 1914. So, in other words, 4 years before the punt gun was banned. Mark Hines has the story about the biggest shotgun you've ever seen, the punt gun, and how it figured into history. I'm going to do a little rodeo here just so I can get a cup of water, and then we're going to come back and talk about the Starship Troopers movie and the movie set, which is right here in Wyoming. It's pretty cool if you've ever been there. I've been there a couple times. It's fascinating. We'll do that right after the Western Ag Network's Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today's special guest, Scott Walton, a great friend and a person that's been involved in the rodeo business for over 40 years as a big screen operator, one of the integral parts of Harry Vold's crew, the legendary Duke of the Chutes, and the recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award in Professional Rodeo. Scott Walton on the show next.
At Current Creek Angus of Roundup, Montana, they raise cattle with instincts to carve out a living in big country. For 25 years, they've offered cattle developed for longevity and usefulness in mind. Join the Eliason family Tuesday, April 29th in Miles City, Montana for their annual sale, offering 50 red and black bulls, 10 pairs, and 10 fancy heifer calves. To view catalog, videos, or bid live, visit frontierlivesale.com. Sale time is 1 o'clock. Current Creek Angus, current genetics for current times.
Good news, beef producers. Consumers' opinions and preferences on beef are becoming more transparent month after month. Your checkoff dollar supports state-of-the-art research that taps into thousands of consumers' eating habits every month to track modern trends in meat demand and other proteins. With this knowledge, the Beef Checkoff can invest your dollars more wisely in future projects, empower the industry, and strengthen beef's place in the market. Get the full story at yourdollardoes.com. Funded by the Beef Checkoff.
The Rodeo Roadshow, I've been kind of after this guy. He's been avoiding me for about a year. That's not true. That's not true. He has been in the rodeo business since the early 80s, and we just got word yesterday that he has been inducted into the Cheyenne Frontier Days Hall of Fame. How about that? Scott Walton's on the line. Hello there, Scott.
Good morning, Will.
Man.
How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm great. I am so good. You are just one of those quiet, unassuming guys that has been in the business and done it all in the business, and finally you're being recognized as somebody that's been really good for rodeo. That's gotta be gratifying, doesn't it?
Yes, sir, it really is. It's I guess for lack a better terminology, it's unbelievable, really. When I started, years ago, I never dreamt that any of this would, wasn't even a thought, I guess, let alone the furthest thing from my mind.
The one and only Scott Walton on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yeah, let's get back to it. And as we're running out of time here in Monday's edition of the show, we barely touched the weekend's news. A lot more to cover, but I do want to get into this story about Steve Dahlman, photographer who has made it his life's mission to photograph famous movie sets. And Steve said that he didn't think at the time that this would end up on the top of his list, but he admits after visiting Hell's Half Acres to find and shoot the Starship Troopers location, he called his recent adventure one of his favorites and most difficult to do. Photographer Steve Dahlman has traveled across the nation visiting and photographing famous film locations. Starship Troopers, the 1997 cult classic, features a battle against aliens when movie producers were looking for some kind of location in America that might double as a another planet, let's say. Where in America could we go that would look like you were visiting another planet? Well, perfect. Wyoming says, hold our beer. And they found just what they were looking for in Hell's Half Acre. Now, it wasn't a great place to shoot. It might have had everything location scouts were looking for, meaning like just really cool alien-looking rock formations, sandstone, arid desert. I mean, it looks like you would envision Mars looks like, right? That all was great. The problem is it's in the middle of nowhere. I mean, Hell's Half Acre is dead smack in the middle between Casper and Shoshone. Now, you had nearby Casper, but that's still maybe a good hour's drive if you needed something. If you were shooting on set and the director said, cut, we broke a camera lens. Where can we get a replacement? Well, Casper is the nearest town. It's a 2-hour round trip. Also, they were faced with, I'm sure, very hot days shooting in that area. The crew talked about having to endure high winds, hellish winds by all accounts. Director Paul Verhoeven and actors Casper Van Dien, Denise Richards, Neil Patrick Harris is in this movie. They all would later recall extreme weather, 80-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, the surface of an alien planet, Hell's Half Acre, perfect. The two were made for each other. It had to be one hellish shoot. And it was one hellish shoot for Dahlman. He said he got to Hell's Half Acre, saw the barbed wire fence surrounding the area. It has been closed to the public for years now, but you could still, at your own risk, enter. And I say this assuming you're not trespassing. I really don't know, and neither did Dahlman. Dahlman says, I hate to think I would trespass, but he said, I didn't see any signs saying no trespass. There were no signs that said do not enter. The whole place is just fenced off. But there are holes in the fence, and people have obviously gone into the 320-acre area on their own. And it's a fascinating place, and it's a great story about Steve Dahlman, photographer, who said it's one of the places he'll never forget visiting back in the day. Hell's Half Acre, where they shot Starship Troopers, whatever the name of it is. I've never seen the movie Starship Troopers. Well, we're out of time here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. We'll see you again tomorrow. It's National Superhero Day and Blueberry Pie Day. Sounds delicious. I'm hungry.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.